Wow. Hello. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. How is everyone? Let me, do I even have my background music on? I don't even know. I do? Okay, good. Look at me. I'm so smart. I'm turning down my background music a bit because I feel like it's super loud every time I listen to clips. Hope I'm feeling better. Oh god, I could die, but that's okay. I could die, but that's okay. Those kids are loud. Yeah, they are no longer banging a metal pipe though, so they're less loud than they were earlier. Hidden, thank you for the 199. I'm not Pippa, and it's not my birthday. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Your redeem head pet, where did it go? All redeems are turned off for now, since we're doing a little talk along kind of thing. I don't know if everything is disabled in the channel point redeem section, but moderators, love you guys. The kids tried to steal Pipe Coon. They did. They did. Speaking of stealing Pipe Coon, we have friend here. We have Poltfan here. I gotta get his Fugi on screen working. But while I'm doing that, would you like to introduce yourself to all of the ladies?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, my name's Michael, Poltfan, TTF, any of those works. Yeah, so thanks for having me on. It should be fun. Basically, I've been living and working in Japan for 8 years now? Yeah, so 8 years. I've got a little bit of experience in translation, localization, interpretation, pretty much anything to do with Japan. Been watching the stream for a while, so... Oh, there goes the Fugi. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
How long have you been hanging out in my chat?
Oh, lurking. You know, I mostly watch clips, to be honest.
Oh.
I'm a clip watcher. A filthy clip watcher.
I mean, Clipper channels love, honestly, so, I mean, that makes sense.
I don't have the attention span to sit in streams for 2 hours. Especially because in Japan, when everybody's streaming is either now when I'm asleep or later when I'm at work. So prime time stream hours are work hours for me, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I guess people should probably know the only reason anyone has probably heard of me is because I was drawn into the Monster Musume manga with my waifu, canonically married in the. I
actually had no idea that was actually you in the manga. That was kind of nuts to find out. Actually, congratulations.
Yeah, see, every time, it freaks me out because I'll go anywhere. It's just some random Discord, and then I'll get a message will be like, "Oh, you're that guy." I'm like, "How the hell do you people know about this?" The fucking randomest places, and they're like, "Oh, it's that guy." How have you people heard of this? I didn't think it was that big a deal.
Did they write your name or something into the manga as well?
No, my name's not in there. In the light novel version, I'm mentioned as a muscular guy with a beard. That's the closest I get to a name.
That's actually legendary. You are living the dream of everybody, what they would want to do, be written in with their waifus.
Yeah, it is actually kind of very surreal when I think about it, because you can go and buy a volume of manga with my face on it, and
that is surreal.
It's very odd. Yeah.
Well, you've been not just drawn into a manga, you've been doing translations for stuff professionally for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, so I should probably make it clear where my area of expertise is and where it isn't. So I have worked on some translation projects. So I did a little bit of translation work for the author of Bird Cafe, but not any of the volume publications, and I did a little bit of translation work for the author of Spice and Wolf for the second VR games website. But, and I guess we can explain a little bit more why this is the case, but I don't do manga translation, I don't do light novel translation. I could if I wanted to, but the pay is really shit.
Oh, no.
And so that's why that's a big reason why no one wants to do it. And there's reasons for that, but yeah, so I'm fully confident in my Japanese ability. let me explain. Like my day job is 100% in Japanese. Most of the time, I'm doing like client work with Japanese companies, giving presentations, really boring business type stuff. Hence the suit, like that kind of stuff. So
suits are
translation,
nice, so it
interpretation,
works.
yeah, that kind of thing. So like I can talk about it, but I don't want to misrepresent and say like, oh yeah, when I was translating this volume of manga, we did XYZ, because that's like, it's not exactly the case. But I do know how it works, so totally happy to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, you said you've done some of the translation work as well for, I mean, I'm guessing if it wasn't for manga, it was for anime, right?
No, I've never done any anime translation.
What was the translation for specifically?
So the translation that I did was for the website of the Spice and Wolf VR game, and then I've done technical translation of like documents internally for Japanese companies.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's enough experience, I would say. And could you explain like why the pay for manga translation is so bad, I suppose?
Yeah, so there's like a lot of different reasons why the pay sucks. Some of it is just the way work expectations, like how seniority and things work in Japan. Like pay in general is pretty low. The other reason is just because it's a lot of outsourcing. So people do outsource a lot of the work to freelancers, and then they work through companies who hire out specific translators to work on a project. It's very rare for there to be internal translation teams, so a lot of stuff gets outsourced, and then there's a disconnect where people aren't checking like the quality. So it's kind of like a bidding system where people bid themselves lower, and that's why a lot of it ends up being kind of not the greatest.
That's actually was going to be my next question. I was going to ask if there were like actual quality checks after somebody gets the job, because after, as we've seen, there seems to be a lot of stuff that even in the Japanese sector, they don't know exactly what's being changed on our end with the translation.
Yeah, so there's a lot of different reasons why that happens. One of the big ones is there's, Japanese and English are two very, very different languages. When you're translating between something like, Spanish and English, or German, Latin-based languages, there's a lot more commonality than there is with Japanese. English is a very low context language, while Japanese is very high context. And so what that typically means is that there's a lot of subtext that is implied, especially through like a specific cultural lens in Japanese. And so when you're doing that, and Japan is also an island nation, so excuse me, they don't have a very high level of English. Like the English level in Japan is quite low, just in general. So they don't have a lot of people who could go in and check, and they just kind of trust a lot of times that the translations are being done correctly, and they don't have a good way to like jump in and double check everything, because a lot of the nuances is quite difficult.
That's actually really, I guess, I don't want to say disappointing, because like it's not their fault, but it's a sad state of affairs, I guess I could say.
Yeah, it's definitely not the best, and I think it goes both ways. So there's a lot of like hierarchy stuff in the Japanese work culture. Like I don't work for a pure Japanese company anymore. I did that for like 6 months before I quit, just because the work culture is extremely toxic. So like to give you an anecdote, when I did this was back in the States. I worked for like a tier 2 supplier for Honda, which is the most boring job possible. So it's just like auto parts, like just like not even cars themselves, just working with Japanese suppliers to talk about parts of cars that goes into tooling. It was awful.
That
Anyway,
does sound mind-numbing.
it was extremely mind-numbing. There's a reason like I moved back to Japan. And this was in Ohio too, so
Oh,
like
man.
even worse. So when I was working there, one of the first projects I worked on was like a whole sheet of Japanese information that was going to be used in a joint meeting between like the Japanese staff and the English speaking staff. And so I worked on this all day. I translated everything, and then I give it to my boss, who's a Japanese person, to check. Now, I don't think she had any ill will towards me, and I don't think she did anything malicious, but she was my boss, so she has to make like corrections. And so she took this sheet of stuff that I translated and then just like ran it through an ESL filter and then kept my name on it and then used it in the presentation. And it was just like garbage.
Oh,
Like nobody
no.
can understand any of it. And my name is still slapped on the bottom. And so I'm like sitting there as people are like trying to read this going, what the hell?
That's like when I don't know Japanese, obviously. So my only counter anecdote is like whenever I contact Japanese artists, because I see a lot of Japanese artists that I'd love to work with, and I'm just like I can't speak Japanese, and I don't want to be rude and just assume they know English. So I go to DeepL and I run everything through DeepL, and then I'll paste it in English and then paste it in Japanese. And I'm like, I have no idea what it says in Japanese. I hope it didn't like take some of my words and make it sound strange. Whenever I try to type for DeepL, I try to type just as bluntly as possible and leave like all like the English extra text that I would normally do for like emotional explanation in the artwork just out of it entirely. And that seems to get the point across. Yeah,
so like in the early days, before there was a lot of crossover, I would say like there was going to be a lot of room for miscommunication there. DeepL is it's not the best. It's okay. Like I'd help out some of my friends. Yeah. I mean, I help out some of my friends with like commissioning artwork and stuff like that. The biggest thing is like there's a lot of expressions and set phrases that get used in Japanese. Like half of my work emails, I just have like a copy paste just to end them politely because it's like 7 lines of just here are all the polite things you say when you're talking to somebody at the end.
Oh my God.
And that doesn't get like translated correctly. And Japanese doesn't use like a lot of pronouns. So like those are often like dropped out. So like you'll notice a lot of times like beginning Japanese speakers will say like watashi wa or ore wa or boku wa or something like that always at the beginning of the sentence. But 99% of the time that just gets dropped. And so you don't use it. And so a lot of times you'll see the deep TLs start with like anata no e ga suki toka. And it's like that kind of thing. And that just doesn't happen. Like I like your art. It just doesn't work the same way. And that's one of the big disconnects. And I guess to segue is like why I don't think MTL is the solution in the short or medium term, because there's a lot of work that goes into like understanding or getting across like the emotional impact of translation is quite difficult. And I think it would be selling like creators short if we threw our hands up in the air and just said, well, these guys are doing a shitty job, so let's just fuck it and use MTL. Like, I wouldn't want to subject creators to that as like a last resort. That's my opinion anyway.
And I would lean on agreeing with you as well. I mean, I think from my perspective, if we have to deal with localizers instead of translators trying to change the entire work to fit what they think the work should be, or trying to self-insert, or trying to push an ideology, I think I'd rather machine translation over that specifically. But obviously both of them are just two sides of a shit coin that I would just rather have somebody actually wanting to do the translation correctly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I'm with you 100% on like the ideological side of things. Yeah, definitely strongly disagree with, like, you know, the Dragon Maid thing is insane. And I think that it's insane to the point where it's almost distracting, like, from the bigger issue, which is there's been a history of really shitty translations that don't really have anything to do with the political or ideological side of thing. Like, even if you go back, or even games that you wouldn't expect, like Valkyria Chronicles, Pikmin 2, oddly enough, Final Fantasy 14. There's like a whole history of like people who just have what I can only describe as like the emotional intelligence of a 12-year-old cutting the core of these games out to like do Joss Whedon quips, and it's the worst fucking thing in the world, and I can't stand it. Like,
I I had never played a Fire Emblem game, so like when all of this stuff was coming out, and I saw that one scene, I think it was a Fire Emblem game where it was like an assassin having a conversation with another assassin, and at one point they just cut out the entire conversation and put the ... in because they wanted to make a like shitty, strong, silent ninja kind of joke.
Oh, I mean, like Nintendo Treehouse is a whole different, like, I put it in 3 categories, right? So there's like translators who are trying their best and maybe making mistakes, and that's okay. Then there's like shitty translators who are like, well, I could write that. I can need to punch up this dialogue. And then there's like a pile of shit, and then there's Nintendo Treehouse doing whatever the fuck Nintendo Treehouse is doing. Like, I can't stress enough. Fucking hate Nintendo Treehouse.
Jesus Christ.
What they did to those games, like, I'm not even a big Fire Emblem fan, but they took like there's a female knight in one of those, and I don't know her name, but my friends like showed it to me, and she's like a strong silent type, and she's got the gap moe of being like a very large girl in big armor, but she has a very dainty voice, and she's like very cutesy and girly, right? Like that's the gap. And in the Treehouse dub, they're like, oh, she's big, let's make her like real husky and just kind of like, yeah, bro.
Oh, so like, they just completely warped her character.
They just said, no, we're not doing that.
Westerners
like,
not understanding gap moe.
Yeah, name a more iconic duo.
And that's I'm kind of curious because, well, and I'm sure we'll bring it up because I have some like Jamie Marchi screenshots in my little thing over here, but
yeah.
She had mentioned working on Ghost Stories and how Ghost Stories wasn't actually unpopular in Japan, and so like they had just taken it upon themselves to change what Ghost Stories was in the dub. And like I remember when I was younger, everyone being like, oh, Ghost Stories dub is really bad, but it's like the good kind of bad, like the funny bad. And everybody always used it wasn't popular in Japan, and that's why, like, they decided to basically rewrite the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand somebody saying that, but even if it was unpopular, I still think that's bullshit, right? Like, who are you this is my perspective as a translator, right? Like, I've translated things that I disagree with, or things that I think are wrong, or things that include like grammatical errors. But if you're not the fucking author, like, you don't get to make the call as to like what's good and what's not. Even if you think it's like total trash, somebody else wrote it, not you. You don't get to rewrite it. Like,
when I found out that it wasn't actually like they got the okay to rewrite everything because of how unpopular it was just like they just did it. I was like, I kind of feel bad for thinking it was funny when I was younger, because it's like I liked like Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series and whatnot, and it was kind of like an official abridged series, if you will. And now finding out that it wasn't, it's just like, well, I can like abridged series, but they're not official, and it's not like you're taking someone else's work and changing it in a direct translation for a different audience.
Yeah. So I mean, there's blame to go on both sides of the street. Like, I'm sure there are authors in Japan who are just like, man, I don't care about the Western audience. If we can get it over there, let's just sell it. Like, and that's totally up to them. So I can't speak to like any specific situation, because there could be times when Japan okayed it. But like from a philosophical standpoint, I would still like absolutely disagree with doing that to a work. Like, I would never be comfortable doing that to a work.
That's like, I don't know. I don't like that. And it's fine if you want to do something like a bridge series, in my opinion, but like, again, as a professional translation, I feel like you should stick to the work. It's like, imagine somebody translating Mein Kampf, but then changing everything in it.
Well, that would just be like modern liberal studies, right?
Oh yeah, right?
It's like the same thing. It's close enough.
What are these screenshots you have here as well? Like this virgin captive here.
Okay, yeah. So this is from Final Fantasy IV. I've got like a million screenshots here, by the way.
Oh yeah. I'm ready, dude.
Okay, so this first one is from Final Fantasy XIV. It's one of the earlier quests. A lot of my friends and my brother in particular have played through Final Fantasy XIV, and I won't talk about like Endwalker spoilers if that's still new, but there's a quest in the beginning of it that I think I played this one because I played through ARR and I got bored and then I quit.
Yeah, whenever I have someone playing Final Fantasy XIV for the first time, everyone is like, just skip to 50. Don't do the original story.
I can't do that. There's something in my brain that's like, you can't skip it as part of the game.
I'm the same way. It's like, I want to see the entire story, but it's like, if you're telling someone who's not used to playing long-winded JRPGs, they're probably going to dip out before they finish 1 to 50.
Yeah, but the thing is, complete tangent, but I got to the end of ARR, and they were like, okay, this is where it gets good, bro. Trust me. And then I was like, okay, cool. I'm ready to start Heavensward, right? And then they're like, okay, but first you gotta do like these 20 hours of side quests, and then you could start. And I was like, nope, I'm done. I can't do this.
It is very long.
Anyway, at the beginning of the game, and I double-checked this with like a bunch of Japanese YouTube videos of the quest and a bunch of stuff. There's it's like a pirate cave, and it's very weird because a lot of the changes in Final Fantasy XIV have neutered like any sort of sexuality in the game, like at all, especially when like a certain character hits on the player character. They like cut that out completely.
That's
and it turned
really
into
weird.
Yeah, it turned into a whole huge deal because they did it without approval from Yoshi-p, and then they had to walk it back later. Like, they got called out.
That's even weirder because I remember when the game first came out, not like the original, but like the remake, when they were like, oh, we're gonna take the servers down for like a year, we're gonna fix it, we fucked up, we're sorry. So when A Realm Reborn, I think, was like, again, the original, after 1.0.
Yeah.
I get my timelines mixed up. It's been a long time. They had a Miko at the inn in Ul'dah, and she hit on you, and everyone was like, oh my god, lesbian representation, let's fucking go! So it'd be really weird that they just remove all sexual connotation from the game.
Yeah, and so, and then in other places, they just fucking add it in when it's not there.
What?
So these characters, I mean, you can bring up the screenshot of the lines in English, and then I think the second one there is the Japanese one.
The actual cat. There we go.
Yeah, the cat girl. Yeah. So like in the English, one of them's like number one, they're given a title that says Virgin Captive, which there's no title given to any of these characters in the Japanese that I can find. They don't have names, but they're also not listed as Virgin Captive. I'm open to being proven wrong on that. If it's listed somewhere, like in the game files, that could be the case, but I don't think so. But the lines in Japanese are the only one that could be implied to be sexual is the first one, which is like nankaya aite o sureba tasuke nano, which is like, how many more times do I have to ... Oh, wait, you're here to save me? And then the second one is just, oh, you came to save us. And then the third one is, I'm not, like, beat up those pirates, basically. And then they have another line that just says, I'm not one of them. You have to save us. At no point do they say anything as cringe as, I swear it on what little remains of my virtue. Like, that's just a weird, fucked up thing to say.
That is a weird line.
Like, why would you add that into the game? That's... I don't think anybody would say that.
Especially if they're a captive, like, they didn't consent to doing that.
Right? Why, if you're a captive, like, don't get me wrong, there is some, like, undercurrent of, like, they're pirates and they've captured women.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of an implication there, right? That's fine. But you don't have to, like, make it that explicit and that stupid.
I'm dying, I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't die. Try not to die.
It's also, like you said, in the Japanese one, they have the implication with the how many times do I have to. And they could have left it at an implication in English as well, because, like, that gets the point across.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they changed it to be something a bit more, like, not just sexual, but just weird.
Yeah, there's other examples of that. I don't know if I included another one, but well, I guess like the wind-up doll is a good example. Like that one was really, really fucked up. If you scroll down to the wind-up, I'm going to say her name wrong. Like I said, I don't play the game, so Brinda, I think I'm butchering it. Apologies to the Final Fantasy fans. I'm sorry, bros.
Wind up Brinda. I also am unsure how to pronounce some of these names. Don't worry about it.
Moon Brinda, yeah. So this one was quote unquote fixed, but if you look at the English original, like, or I say original, but they butchered it, right? This, yeah. So that's the fix.
Okay.
The first one that you showed just a second ago, that was the one that this was in there for years, by the way, for years. And this says, you know, the anatomically accurate representation. Like, what the fuck?
You're gonna use your minions as an Onahole?
Yeah, that's the implication. Like, that's very clearly what they're saying. But the Japanese says nothing like that. It says, and I guess this is spoilers because she dies. I mean, it's been years.
Sure we'll
it's too
live.
late. Sorry, bros.
It's too late. You can't save her.
Unlike her. So it says, and this is like just rough. Like I would give this another pass if I was going to actually translate it. But rough translation is like, when he first lost her, he made this doll as a way to deal with those feelings of loss. Like he made it in secret. And then the gentle expression shown on her face must be one that she only showed to him. That's kind of like a touching...
Yeah, like endearing, touching, like he lost someone he loved and he made this to remember her kind of thing.
Yeah, and not only that, but the fix that they show also is wrong. Because it says, though known for her warm and jovial nature, the resolve within the doll's eyes perhaps speaks to the strength he admired in her. That's not what the Japanese says. It says that she showed a soft, like, kind expression only to him. Like, that he knew, not anybody else. Like, it was a touching moment between them, not like he admired her strength. So...
Yeah, he, like, knew another side of her that other people didn't get to see, essentially.
Yeah. And this is definitely one of those, like, oh, we gotta make her like a girl boss kind of things.
Yeah, I mean, they put in, like, the weird Coomer text.
Yeah, and that was in there for years, by the way. That was only fixed, I think, somewhat recently.
And, like, even aside from the anatomically accurate line at the end, what he did with it before it passed to your hands is a tale best left untold. So not only do they imply Onahole with the anatomically accurate representation, but they literally wink wink nudge nudge, he put his dick in it.
Yeah. Like, it's insane.
It's a very insane translation.
I can't even call it a translation. They did the same thing with the wind up, with like the wind up Chloe. Like, I don't know why they're obsessed with this. Like, they're the only ones making it fucking weird.
Because there is nothing wrong with a fully automated mechanical reconstruction of a young girl of 3 and 10 summers. Yeah.
And the Japanese one just says it's a magical doll of the character. Yay.
Yay.
Yeah, it says Yahoo at the end. Just yay, this is a fun little thing.
I knew the yata because of playing Digimon World 1 as a kid. That was a word that I always had stuck in my head.
Like, this is one of the huge issues with Final Fantasy XIV is like, the best thing I can call it is like the Redditization, or like the Joss Whedonization, like Marvel brain rot before it was a thing.
Yeah, it's like people putting in Big Bang Theory humor where it definitely does not belong.
Yeah, well, like the weird thing is that this is almost exclusive to the English version. Like the German translation, as far as I understand, the Spanish translation does not have this issue because they work directly from the Japanese. And so it's just the English version that is taking stuff from the Japanese and saying, well, let's just kind of rewrite it. And don't I have ideas why they get away with it, but I can't prove anything.
I would love to hear your ideas aside from, obviously you said there's not a whole lot of checking going on.
Well, it's like, so originally Koji Fox worked, and he was like he was the lead localization lead, and then he does some other work, but he's been with the company for years and years and years, and it is internal. And so he's got seniority. And once you have like a senior position in a Japanese company, it is impossible to get fired. Mm-hmm. Absolutely impossible. Like, they have to spend legal resources to fire you at a certain point. Jesus. And so if you read some of his like interviews and stuff, he styles himself as a writer. And so he wants to like leave his mark on the game from a lore perspective. Mm-hmm. So some of the other things that have changed in the English versus the Japanese is there's no ilms, milms, malms, yalms, all of that shit. Like, it's just meters in meters in Japanese. Like,
oh god, why did they make this whole fake measuring system in English then?
Because we need to spice it up. It needs to, like, the whole ye olde English thing is not like, and they're running into issues with it because the newest expansion is like inside of a game console and it's kind of sci-fi, and the game has always had sci-fi elements to it. Mm-hmm. And so now they're stuck with this fake ass ye olde English, like Thal's balls nonsense. And the Japanese has an old-timey style of speech. Like, Spice and Wolf has a lot of it, like the way that Horo speaks in Spice and Wolf is kind of old-timey. Uringer, if I'm saying his name right, is just about the only character that I know of in 14 that has kind of a more ye olde kind of speech to him. Mm-hmm. But everybody else is just kind of normal. Like, they don't do, like, and almost nobody ever talks about the 12 either. Like, that's not a thing in the Japanese. And so a lot of the Japanese fans were kind of like confused by the new expansion because they were like a new thing. Like, the 12 were kind of like a new thing to them because they're not in the dialogue 99% of the time. Like, nobody in the Japanese says Thal's balls. It's not a thing.
That's a really weird thing to have added. Someone in chat said that the like ilms and ponzes and weird measurements were in 11 as well. I never played 11. Did Koji Fox also handle the translations for 11, or like lead the translations rather?
I know he's involved in a lot of stuff. I would have to check if he was involved with that, but I mean, if the ilms and malms and shit are in it, I would not be surprised.
Chat can't seem to agree. Some people say no, he didn't. Some people say yes, he did. So don't believe chat for this one.
Chat is always schizophrenic. It's okay.
That's true. That's true and real. Was the whole pantheon made up by the localization team?
I have a source in DMs who just said Koji was a translator in 11, but not the lead. So I believe him implicitly.
I trust your sources.
The 12, from what I understand too, was basically just Koji. There were like bits of lore that he wanted to really push. And so eventually, after pushing long enough, they decided to add them in more explicitly. And that's about it.
That seems rather... I mean, I know we briefly discussed the egotism that must be part of why these translators try to push what they feel should be in the game. And if he's looking to sort of make his mark and have people remember him for what he added to the game, it seems like he might be mostly driven by that like egotism part.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it is like, I mean, even going back, I'm sure there's enough boomers in chat who remember like G4 and Tech TV and how those guys treated stuff from Japan. Mm-hmm. Like, back in the day, like the JRPG accusations and like, oh, it's these stupid stories with the, world-ending gems and that kind of stuff. Like, it seems to be a lot of like oh, Japan just has their silly little stories and their silly little animes, and we don't really need to treat them with respect. And I think that's where a lot of it comes from.
I had absolutely no idea that like JRPG was seen as a derogatory term, because that's just what I grew up calling them, right? It's an RPG. It's from Japan. It's distinctly different from the Western ones. It's a JRPG. Yeah. But apparently that's been used like to derogatorily call those games as inferior.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you think about it from the Japanese perspective, right? You know, they love games just as much as we do. It's got to be kind of shitty, right? To see their one of the, you know, Japan has huge like outset cultural impact on games and media. Like everything is manga and anime these days. Yeah. And so back in the day, like, I mean, a million people's favorite, one of my favorite games too is like Chrono Trigger, and to have that label like, oh, it's a JRPG. It's like, how much of the modern Western RPGs are inspired by stuff like Chrono Trigger? Like those kind of came first, I feel like. Mm-hmm. And so yeah.
And no, I was just gonna add. I don't remember what I was gonna add. So I'm sorry.
Oh, Woolsey. Yeah, somebody in chat mentioned Woolsey translations.
Woolsey? What's Woolsey?
I forget his first name, but if you remember, well, maybe you don't. I don't. Oh yeah, you're not supposed to ask a lady her age, right? I'm not supposed to imply that. Like a boomer adjacent, right? Close enough.
Yeah.
So like, if you look, what Silver Star Story? I don't know if that was Woolsey, but it's close enough to be a good example. Mm-hmm. It's right next to the Yakuza one about the gays, which we could talk about too.
Just out of context, that sounds really funny. I don't know which one's the Yakuza screenshot.
It's the. I mean, I guess we could talk. It's the one that with like 3 colors, like the red, green. It's seventh image down. It's like 2 side by side.
Oh god, math 7, the brown hair guy and the guy with the hat.
One above that.
Oh, yeah. I actually had this in a link as well. I saw this going around, and I was like, this completely changed the way the conversation went.
Well, this isn't the one I was talking about, but it's a good example too. I forget the name of this character, but this was Final Fantasy IX, I think, right? That's what people are saying. But I mean, I can confirm the translation on the left side as mostly correct. So they just kind of changed it again. So he doesn't say anything about chasing her. He just says her eyes look kind of sad. Like, and this is what I mean, like taking the emotional core out of a scene because they're immature or like children. That's the only thing I can think of is like they cannot handle a character showing genuine emotion.
Especially
and so they have
a male
to, like,
character showing genuine emotion.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked.
Like, a little bit, yeah.
This one's just really straightforward. It's just wrong.
Like, I don't know how they go from like the sort of eyes that stare off into the ocean's horizon, like very descriptive, to I didn't really care about our plan at that point. Like, how do you even make that leap? And it lives in my head rent free. Jamie Marchi's tweet saying, "We don't know Japanese." And like everybody was like, "Hold on, how did you think that this was some kind of own saying that you guys as localizers can't actually read the source material?"
I can explain that one actually.
Oh no.
So I think, yeah. So well, it's like a little bit of a. Don't get me wrong. I'm not defending her, but I can understand their perspective because there are a lot of people who are out there arguing, and I think for good reason, right? Because you don't want to see games and anime and manga butchered, and so when somebody says something as egregious as that, you're like, well, fuck you. Like, that's insane. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, that's clearly insane, right? But what she's saying is that from a workflow perspective, she's a script adapter, not a localizer. So she doesn't take the original Japanese and translate it. She takes the rough translated script and adapts it to be more natural sounding. And that's a normal job, right? That's a thing that you do. Like when I translate something, when I've translated manga, and I have translated some unofficially, when I do that, I always have a proofreader work with me, right? Because translation is very difficult, and I don't think that that's needs to be said, but it is very hard. Because when I'm reading something in Japanese, I'm thinking in Japanese. It's not like I can just read and then instantly spit out a translation for you. I have to process it and then change it back into something that makes sense in English. So when I do that, my first attempt at putting it back into English is always going to be colored by the Japanese that I just read. And so it helps always have like a second pair of eyes on it to translate or rework some lines to be more natural sounding. Where the breakdown is and where people should really hammer it is like, well, why the fuck was that approved? Like, who above you said, okay, that's fine? Because that's the real issue. These people are working without leashes. Like, who said you can do that? How did it get through every single level all the way up to recording and nobody said, wait a second, this is wrong?
Yeah, so I mean, it's either that there's no oversight or the people who are in charge of the ones doing the actual localization are just allowing them to do this for some reason, and that, again, like you said, should be what we're looking at. And it makes me wonder, right, like, why? Right? Like, why do they feel the need to, I guess, in an unironic manner, like, take someone else's culture and work and change it because they think that they can write it better?
I think there's a couple of reasons. There's always a temptation to, like, people want to be proud of their work, right? You know, when I translate something or when I like give a good presentation, obviously I want to do a good job, and it's hard not to put yourself in the work that you're doing. And it's a very easy temptation to be like, well, I wrote that line. It's like, you didn't. You translated what an author wrote. You're not an author. Like, I'm not an author. I can't, if I wanted to write a manga, I would fail. Just because I know Japanese and I can translate it doesn't mean I could write it. And so there's an ego thing. And then there's also, just pure cultural imperialism. And a lot of the stuff is...
That's the phrase I was looking for. Thank you.
It's people just denigrate Japan and they think, for whatever reason, it's okay because it's Japan. And a lot of these people are working from the perspective, it's like, oh, well, Japan is sexist and xenophobic, so we're actually doing everybody a favor by changing it. And
which is a really weird thing to say.
I can understand. I don't agree. I can understand their fucked up perspective. Like, if you are a radical feminist or a leftist, and that is like genuinely the lens that you see the world through, like, of course it's going to come out in your work. It's almost impossible for it not to. I think you're dead wrong, and you shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Well,
but
that then begs the question, how come people who are on the left or who view the world through the feminist lens are incapable of not imparting that into their work, but people with other political beliefs can just leave it alone as the original? Like, what makes those so much more fanatical that they just can't help themselves but try to fix another person's work?
I mean, from like a political perspective, it's all about the concept of intersectionality, right? So the idea that everything is political. Like, if I'm translating something, like, I like economics a lot, but that doesn't cross over into anime. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, if somebody, right? Like, there's no opportunity for me to force my worldview about economics into Spice and Wolf. It's just not. It's not there. But if you're, well, like, my personal views about economics don't cross into the author's views of economics. Like, it's fine. But if like my fundamental core identity is offended by the idea of like a female character or a male character pursuing a romantic relationship that isn't like gay or whatever, then how could they not? Like, they can't help themselves.
I actually had people get really upset with me on Twitter a while back. It was some Xenosaga post. I can't remember exactly the context of it, but literally everyone in my replies was like, get a load of this person thinking they're a Xenosaga fan when Cosmos and Shion were the ultimate lesbian relationship written canonically. I was like, what? Cosmos is literally her child. What do you mean? Like, you can pair them in your head all you want. I don't give a shit, but canonically, Cosmos is her child and is treated as such with like a motherly love and concern.
Yeah, like, to be 100%, I think that the issues with modern localization and the issues with modern translation have far less to do with like political stuff. I think that's just way easier to spot, right? Like, it is so fucking obvious when it like the Tokyo Ghostwire, is that it? Yeah, I think that's the title. Like the all property is theft kid line. Like, you could spot that from a mile away. Like, obviously, Ghostwire Tokyo, like, obviously they didn't fucking write that. Obviously. Yeah, like, obviously. There's no chance. But for stuff like the Yakuza one, I think that's right next to it.
This one. Sorry about my coughing.
You're dying.
I am.
Yeah. So like, and I'm not exactly sure which. I think this is Yakuza 5, and the line here is like, もしかしたら本当に恋人関係なのかもしれないけど、若いっていいですよね。くふふふ。僕はとても羨ましく思うな. It's like the whole line is just, yeah. Oh, they could have, maybe those two were really lovers. It being young sure is nice. Man, I sure am jealous. And they just inserted, there's nothing wrong with that, you know? Like, the line was already progressive.
But it wasn't progressive enough.
It's actually fucked because they're looping back around to saying, like, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I don't think
it sounds snarky.
Yeah.
Oh,
not that there's anything wrong with that. Right?
Yeah, just like, you know, I definitely don't have a problem. Don't worry about it. And it
like only somebody who actually has a problem with that or thinks that there's something wrong with that would insert that line.
Right.
But so these ones are harder to spot, and I guess the Valkyria Chronicles is a good one because it's an older game. And what you'll find is a lot of the tone of older games, and it's hard to say with anime just because like Crunchy runs everything now, so like older fan subs are mostly fine. But and that's the hat. There's like a million images all in a row.
The hat?
Hat. I think you had it on screen earlier.
Hat? This one?
Nope. Should be lower down. It's the one that's like, yeah, we're good friends. Right before that.
This one? That's right before the one I had on screen.
Oh, no. I mean, this was good too, but they just straight up renamed this character. Like, I think this is Ryza, isn't it? Yeah, not Ryza, but it's that game. I always forget the title. Shit.
Atelier?
Yeah, Atelier. That's it. And so her name is just Etsy Earhart, like it's German, and they just changed her name to STD.
Oh no.
And they did that because they mentioned that she is like into guys a lot. So that makes it okay. Right? You can just rename a character like that. That's fine.
What? What does that even have to do with being into guys, though? I don't understand the connotation.
Well, you see, if you have a lot of sex, you get STDs. Isn't that a funny joke?
I hate how localizers do this. That is horrible.
Right?
This is like, and I don't know if this is like a localizer issue or if this is just a Western adaptation in general issue. But like in games that I play a lot of Korean MMOs. I'm a JRPG and Korean MMO kind of person. And Lost Ark is a very good example of this, where they have, obviously, the characters are majority Korean, because it's a Korean game, and they decided to arbitrarily race swap a bunch of these characters, and instead of even giving them, like, new black models, they just, like, veneer painted them black, and it made them look like grotesque mud monster kind of texture. Like, it just looked really bad. Like, it was so poorly done. And on top of this, some of the characters that they race swapped from Korean to black were love interest characters that you could, like, give gifts to and they could fall in love with you. I don't understand why they felt the need to do that.
Wait, holy shit, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, I just looked it up.
This guy's like, I gotta fact check you in real time, hold on.
Evan, fact check. Blackface?
It was a really big deal, and it was very disappointing to see.
Yeah, I mean, there's shit like that abounds, right? It's all over the place, and it's not, like I said, I think like the term like localizer is it's become derogatory over the past couple of weeks to months, and I understand why, because it's a convenient term, but I also think that like there is no way to do a good translation without localization. And in the true meaning of the word localization, which is to make it natural English. Like, yeah. There's nothing about translating to natural English that requires you to add Joss Whedon memes and shit to your translation. And in fact, I would say it like precludes that.
And I completely agree with you. I just hate seeing that used in arguments online, because you know that these people are defending like the Joss Whedonization of these works.
Yeah. Well, it's a total deflect, right? It's like the classic leftist play, which is control the terminology, control the words that you use, which is why I think playing into it or like seeding that term is a very bad argumentation strategy, because you're basically giving up and saying, oh, that localization is that, like, that's just what that term means now, so we're just going to give that up. Like somebody in chat said, it's newspeak, right? So reclaiming, or at least saying, well, okay, if you're a localizer, then that means that you're correctly localizing to natural English, right?
Right.
Then they'll be like, well, no, it's not that. It's right. So there's getting rid of the ability to deflect like that is important, in my opinion, anyway.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And I don't know how. Like, we would have to come up with a new word for these types of cultural imperialists who want to just...
I don't know. Shit translator?
Shit translator. And I guess that's also the question. It's like, you said that, you know, the pay for this kind of thing is not that great. So, like, are these people just trying to springboard their own writing careers off of this and, like, hoping they get noticed or something? But, like, whenever people notice, it's always bad. So, like, I'm not sure what exactly they're hoping for.
It's not bad for their circles, right? Mm-hmm. Because it's the same classic, like, they're preaching to their own choir. Because when they get negative attention online, they get a whole bunch of positive affirmation from their own groups, and it's a little clique where they all, jerk each other off, and right, this is like this is a little group, and so they like, well, I mean, they don't like, but they don't mind when people call them out on it, because they can just say, oh, they're a bunch of dumbass chuds.
I guess it's not even that owning the chuds. They don't mind being called out on it because it's a bunch of dumbass chuds, but they're also fixing the sexist and racist patriarchal society content, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I think the biggest thing is like there have been successful pushbacks and successful, campaigns, or at least times when things have changed, and that's when people don't focus on like some random person, because Japan has absolutely no way of contextualizing that, right? Like a personal attack against some person isn't going to fly. Just the way like Japanese society is, picking out one person and being like, that's the cause of the problem. But if you point out that they're being unprofessional, like that's much, much bigger deal. Like the biggest example recently that I can remember of one of these being successful was the, I think it was a cross-dressing like boys love manga. I forget the title.
Was that Orin High School Host Club?
No, it was, it's like more niche. But it was one of those things where it's like pretty much just gay erasure, right? So, well, it's like a feminine guy can't be a feminine guy; he has to be trans.
Yeah. In Newspeak land, that's true.
Right. So like, and that doesn't bother me, but the tomboy erasure bothers me. Right.
I was like, I mean, I guess I know why it wouldn't bother you specifically, but like, I'd be bothered by both.
I say it doesn't bother me, but like. It bothers me like in a professional way, not a personal way.
Yeah, understandable.
Right? So that one, yeah, I think I turned my childhood friend into a girl. That's the one. So like there was a lot of pushback because the author was very, very clear that they're both dudes. They remain dudes. The main character is not actually a girl.
God, I'm having like some flashbacks to high school where I don't even remember what the fuck it was called. I read some manga and it was like 3 dudes who dressed up as like maids for their all boys high school. And they were like treated as not like royalty, but like because it was an all boys school and they never got to interact with any girls, but these 3 dudes made like really nice maids. They got like all this tons of attention. I wish I could remember the name of that manga now.
That definitely sounds like something you'd be into.
A princess! Oh my god, how did somebody in chat know what the fuck I was talking about?
Chat called out.
It's fucking, oh my god. Fujo Kier! I had a bit of a Fujo arc when I was a teenager, alright, okay? My favorite mangaka was Kizuya Minakura. And she did yaoi doujin of her actual characters, so...
ain't never beaten the allegations.
There's a little tangent there. My brain short-circuited. I was trying to find...
yaoi and said, oh wait, I remember that.
Yeah, I was like, hold on, wait a minute. As I remember this thing, I wonder... Like, if they're trying to do that sort of erasure shit, I wonder if that kind of stuff would fly in current
Oh, it didn't
year.
fly at all. No, it didn't fly at all. Like, this was pretty recent, and the author got really upset, and they had to retract it and republish it because it was like blatantly incorrect. The issue is that people are focusing, or at least this is how I see it, is that people are focusing on like the person rather than the work. So like a really good example of that, and like it goes back too because there's people to this day who will be like, well, I like the English because, you know, I just think that it's more flavorful or it's more interesting or it gives it more character or something like that. And that, you know, I'm not going to dismiss anybody's like childhood memories of like the games that they played when they were a kid. But if it's wrong, it's wrong and it deserves to be right.
And I'm glad that the author like found out that the translation was being warped and did something about it. Like fucking huge props to that author, honestly.
Yeah. Well, they had to retract it, and I think, you know, with more people being online and more people being connected, it's much easier to get in contact with those. But the right way to go about it is to say, look, this and this were translated this way. Are you aware of this? Not look at what this asshole is doing, because Japan does not take well to personal attacks stuff. Like, even, as much as I
like, you want to approach them as I'm informing you that this thing is happening.
Yeah. Let me see. Like another. Well, I guess the Valkyria Chronicles is a good example of stuff that just like flies under the radar, because, and that's what makes it so difficult. Is there are people now who are just tuning into the idea that these translations could be wrong or they could be messed up, but it's been going on for years, and it's more of a tone thing than it is a political thing. And I think that's really well encapsulated by the. Hold on. Oh, okay. I was just double checking a DM that you sent.
No, I'm gonna pull that up after.
All right. I guess the Final Fantasy one or Valkyria Chronicles. I'll just repost it.
I try to search in the big block of images. Yeah, it's a little hard sometimes.
I spammed. You should see like a big block of them that's like 6 images long. That's like 2 characters, like the windows.
Yeah. This one.
Let's see. Yeah. So like, I love Valkyria Chronicles. It's definitely one of my favorite games. I would say of all time, for sure. It's kind of, I don't know. Have you played it?
I have not, but it sounds like I should.
That's the thing, is I almost can't recommend it.
Oh no.
It might be okay if you go in understanding that whatever tone you see in the game is like 3 pegs lower. It's not a happy game for the most part. It's kind of like, I wouldn't say it's like Band of Brothers, but it's a war game, and it's way closer to like a somber tone than the English translation shows. So this conversation happens towards, I want to say towards the second, third, no, maybe 2/3 of the way through the game, where one of the main guy is kind of having like a crisis, and this is at a refugee camp, by the way, that they just liberated. It's like World War II.
Okay.
So it's not a happy scene. They just liberated a refugee camp, and this little girl asks him, "Oh, do you know this character?" And which is like the main love interest, and he says, "Chotto ne," which is like, I guess, or he's unsure of himself, right? Mm-hmm. And then show the
English one.
For this. Yeah, we're good friends.
Why?
The whole game is like this.
That seems more like, instead of, again, like that's the Japanese way of the subtlety and letting the context speak through your words, whereas in English they kind of like bash you over the head with a frying pan.
Yeah, like hit him with a fucking sledgehammer. And not only that, at this point in the game, it's not a sentiment that he would be expressing like this. He's like at a low point. And so, like, I won't spoil it because I do recommend it. Like, it's a really, really good game. Like, not even just from a story perspective, but the gameplay is really good too. Mm-hmm. But it's like a low point. It's not a, yeah, we're good friends point.
That seems highly strange to have changed in that. Like, they could have even just been like, yeah, I know them, or I know her, right? It's just like trail it off with an ellipses.
And like, if you go into the next one, I think it's Japanese first, then English. So this is at the very beginning of the game, so it's not spoilers at all. There's like the tutorial fight, that thing, but the tutorial fight is their hometown being invaded by basically Nazi Germany. Mm-hmm. So that's like the tutorial fight. It's not like happy. And so they kind of barely fight them off, and then the main girl is part of the town watch, and she's actually awesome, like character-wise, really great character. And so she helps this guy, Welkin is like the main guy, and kind of saves him because he didn't have a gun. He's not part of the army. He was not going through training. And so he's talking to, I think it's his aunt, and she's like, "Oh, what are you guys like? You guys like a thing?" And he's like, "Son nan janai yo. Aruisha ni abunai tokoro o tasukete moratta nda," which is like, it's not like that. She just helped me out of a tight spot, or she just, saved me. Mm-hmm. And then next one.
English.
No, I think there should be like 2 screens of Japanese.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Wait, no, it's not like that. She saved my skin. Like, I'll forgive that. It's fine. Save my skin is fine. It's not a
it's still
big
a little
deal.
bit weird, but yeah, I guess it's fine.
It's like marginal.
It makes him sound a lot younger than what his character appears to be.
Yeah, I think he's supposed to be like 25-ish, something like that.
Like I would expect like maybe a 14-year-old to be like, "Oh yeah, you saved my skin."
Yeah, the wait no, somebody pointed out, is a little bit more of an issue here. Because he's not like super denied. He's just like, oh no, it's not like that. And then Alicia's lines are, this is the real issue. そうなんです。それに私たち知り合ったばかりですから which is like, that's right, you know, oh no, it's not like that. It would be fair as well. We just met each other after all, or, you know, we just met. Mm-hmm. And then the English, he's right. I'm not his girlfriend, just his hero.
You got a girl boss. Even back in the day, dude.
Like, bro, why? This game is seriously one of the reasons, like, when I was just starting to learn Japanese, I think I'd been learning for like maybe a year and a half, 2 years-ish. Mm-hmm. And I was playing through the game, obviously, like, I wouldn't be caught dead listening to the dub.
Obviously.
I don't think I have to explain that. But just listening to the Japanese and then reading the lines, you're like, hey, wait a second, this doesn't seem right. Like, it's... And the crazy thing is, not everything is voiced. So you don't know, like, of the text files, which one of those are messed up and which one of those are right. Like, we have been experiencing for a very long time just a completely different tone of games that Japan puts out compared to what we actually get.
What's living in my head rent-free right now is when I played Kingdom Hearts. I had already imported a Japanese PS2 at this point, so I had Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 on my Japanese PS2. And I had to basically rely on making, like, the red tape conspiracy boards so I could have translations of stuff on the wall next to me, because I can't read Japanese. I have never learned it. So
yeah.
They had, like, entirely different zones. Like, there were some zones in the Japanese version of the game that didn't even exist in the English version of the game. There were some cutscenes that didn't even exist. Some of the cutscenes that didn't exist, because Japan also put out, like, special international editions, quote-unquote, of some games. An international edition just means it's a Japan-only release, but you have English VA with Japanese text for the cutscenes. You can choose between Japanese or English voiceover.
Yeah.
And some of the scenes that weren't included in the English releases had no voiceovers whatsoever. So it was really jarring to, like, be listening to a cutscene and then a scene comes in and it's just dead silent because that scene was cut from the English release. And so, like, even back then playing it, I wasn't thinking about, like, oh, the translation could also possibly be wrong. It was more just, why wasn't this in my version of the game?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's tons of that stuff, right? Like, beyond just the localization or the translation errors, there's, you know, I think Sony, ever since they moved their headquarters to, like, California, there's a whole bunch of, like, censorship of character models and all that kind of stuff. It's like, mm-hmm. It's kind of really fucked. Because Japan just kind of assumes that's, like, oh, that's the Western market. Like, oh, that's what we got to do.
Yeah.
And they don't know any better. And it's one of those things. It's like, there's a huge, I think one of the big disconnects is there's a huge difference in terms of, like, professionalism, right? Mm-hmm. So Western, and not all Western, obviously, but, like, Western culture has a lot of, like, identity. Like, you put yourself in the work. And to a large extent, like, that can exclude a lot of professionalism. So Japan, like, there's no, like, real fandom in Japan the same way we have fandom in the States. Like, people, and it's not to say, like, Japan is, like, oh, so much better, like, love Japan, they're great. Like, Japan has a lot of toxic shit in it too. So it's not 100%.
I mean, yeah, like
hands
otaku
up.
culture came from Japan, but I think I get what you're
Yeah.
saying, right? Like the people who are an otaku in Japan, they love the source material for what
Yeah.
it is. They don't like
Right.
completely insert themselves in the work.
Exactly. And so what happens is you get this weird intersection where like when the people who want to start working on these things are fans themselves. And so they start to kind of assume that like they know better, right? Like if you're a big fan of this, it's like what happens with a lot of like Western cartoons and shit. So like complete tangent, but like Adventure Time,
Yeah.
all that stuff. Like once the fans start writing it, everything goes to hell because they assume they know better, right? Like, oh, I know this character, so I can definitely like write them. So when you get people translating, they're like, oh, I know this character, so I definitely know what they would have said in English.
They have their headcanon can become reality moment.
Exactly. And that's where it is. Like Japan assumes a level of professionalism when dealing with like a working environment that sometimes just is not
Doesn't
there.
exist here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's really
It's like-
unfortunate.
Yeah.
One
Being able
of
to divorce yourself. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I was just going to say, like, being able to divorce yourself from the work is a huge deal.
It's very important, and I guess that kind of goes along the lines of, like, we have this huge push of, we need representation, I need to see myself in this work. Like, we've had streamers playing, like, the Spider-Man game and crying, or, like, Forspoken and crying because they're like, oh, finally, I see a black woman struggling in an apartment, and that makes me feel represented, and it's like, I've never had that moment in a game. Right, like I've played Final Fantasy games with like the male main characters, with female main characters. Like I play it for their story. Right, it's an RPG and I want to see their story. I don't want to self-insert myself into it. And it feels really strange to me that people want that. It's like they don't understand what escapism is. And instead of having escapism, they want all of their media to just reflect themselves.
Yeah, it's a level of narcissism that assumes that the story should in some way reflect who I am. Like you can't just enjoy a story for the story itself. It has to like relate to me somehow.
And like I could understand that in a game where like you create your own character, right? Like that would make sense, but I don't see the need to have all of this in just set RPG kind of stuff. I don't want to play an RPG of someone who lived a similar childhood to me. I want to play someone else's story that's interesting and engaging and fun.
Yeah. Well, it's like the idea of it's the idea of like respecting an author's vision, right? Fundamentally, it comes down to respect, where you have to respect what the author is making, and if you can't do that, you have no business translating it. You know, I said before earlier, like there's been times where I've literally continuity errors where I can say clearly that the author has made a mistake regarding previous continuity. I don't fix it because he wrote it that way.
Yeah.
Like it causes me to like double check and go like really pour over it and make sure that I'm understanding everything correctly, because my first instinct is I must have made a mistake somewhere.
Yeah, of
right?
course. I mean, that's usually the first instinct of someone that cares about the work they're doing.
But in the end, if it's a mistake that the author made, it has to stay in. Like it just has to. You have to be able to take yourself out of the work. I think let me see. There's the other one. I think the other big one that I wanted to show people was the Breath of the Wild ones, because I think those are really, really indicative of some changes that
at the bottom with like the complete screen.
Yeah, the ones that say like complete. There are 2 quests from Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
I think they're the Master Sword and the So people might not know this, but and I actually didn't know this either, because by the time Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom came out, I was already playing these just completely in Japanese, so I never played the English versions at all. So I had to be told that this was the case, but these screens here are like, let me see if I can pull it up so I can actually read this on my screen. So, 13箇所の思い出の地を巡り、ゼルダ姫の思いを受け取った。Yeah, so this is like, I visited all 13 memory locations and retrieved my memories of Princess Zelda. In those memories, she was always trying her best or always struggling. And then the ending is, 一刻も早くゼルダを救い出して、彼女の笑顔をもう一度 And this is first person. So this is written from Link's perspective. There's no other way to read this. This is something that Link wrote himself. Mm-hmm. And then if you look at the English, you visited all 13 of the locations shown in the old pictures and recovered the associated memories of your days with Princess Zelda. In your memories, Princess Zelda always seemed burdened by her task. Go and save her as quickly as you can to finally ease that burden. Not only is that not entirely correct,
it's written from a different perspective entirely.
It's just like a video game entry.
Yeah.
It's a second person. So and it's not just this. It's the entire the Sika slate. All of the entries are from Link's perspective in first person. And that was like the point for Breath of the Wild, was really supposed to be like a more close reading of Link. Like, you're supposed to get more of his emotions and more of like the story between him and Zelda.
And they just removed the emotion entirely from that and made it sort of just video game text.jpg.
Yeah. Well, and that doesn't even cover, like, I didn't link it because we would be here literally all day. But almost every single character, like Rivali is completely different. Like, in the English, he's just an asshole. I don't know. Did you play Breath of the Wild?
I did not know.
Kirsche, come on now. It's great. What's wrong with you?
The last time I played a Zelda game was on GameCube. I had the special disc that had like 4 or 5 different Zelda games on it with Majora's Mask and Wind Waker.
I thought you were gonna say Wind Waker, but it's like a mixtape. It was
like a Zelda mixtape. Apparently those are really expensive now. It was like some sort of special edition weird game.
Well, I never even knew that existed. That's crazy. But all of Breath of the Wild's characters, particularly Zelda, like the story itself is like completely emotionally muted in English. It's very weird. And I mean, I don't know how that happened, like why it ended up being that way. But it's like none of it goes back to like none of this is political. I don't think you can read like a
I was just about to say, this has nothing to do with ideology. Maybe it's just going back to you saying these people are emotionally stunted.
Yeah. That's the only reading that I can take from this, is like somebody read this and was like, that makes me feel icky. I don't like that Link likes a girl. Girls have cooties.
He's like, gay. He's not allowed to like the girl.
I mean, that's that's a whole other thing.
Oh god. The underdeveloped amygdala. Oh my god.
It is actually crazy just how much of these sorts of games, like another one from Final Fantasy XIV, if you scroll up, I think it should be right below the Koji Fox interview, which, I mean, we don't have to go through that. It would take forever.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with going through. I'm enjoying learning here.
Okay. So this one, number 1, to anybody who's like, I'm gonna learn Moon Runes and play Final Fantasy, man, good fucking luck. I'm not confident in my ability to play Final Fantasy in Japanese. It is so hard. The kanji that they use here, I had to look up. Like, that one in the middle, like in the brackets, the little quotations, that's koisho, which is like After Effect, and I have never once in my entire life living in Japan heard anyone say that. Ever. Not once.
Jesus. So what you're saying is, in order to learn Japanese, we need to do a collab stream of playing Xenosaga Freaks in the future.
Oh god, I think that would kill me.
Are you sure? I feel like that would be really fun.
I mean, I'd be down to do, like, I've done like live translation stuff before. It's rough. I would have to like prepare.
Xenosaga Freaks is like a mini game that's based off of all the Xenosaga characters. And they have 2 different katakana and kanji like word matching games inside of it.
Oh god, word games. So this one is like, karera ga nashitogeru is another one. Is like, holy shit, no one says nashitogeru. It's like to achieve, but it's a very fancy way of saying it. Karera ga nashitogeta koto o watashi tachi wa wasurete inai. だけど後遺症の影響かその名を呼ぼうとすると火に焼けた書物のごとく読み上げられず. That's another one. 読み上がれず. It's very hard to pronounce. So this is like, it's really flowery, like really flowery.
Yeah.
The next one, you could show the official English, because I had to write down what I translated, because I gave this a solid shot. I forget when this takes place. Somebody in chat will probably know. Yeah, whenever we try to call their faces to mind, it's like they're standing between us and the midday sun, permanently silhouetted. I'll bet that sounds poetic to you, doesn't it? Well, it's not. It's bloody infuriating. I forget when this is. I think it's beginning of ARR. That's right. So this is just completely wrong. Again, it's not right. My translation of this is we've not forgotten what they've accomplished, and yet when, whether due to some lingering effects I cannot say, we try to call to mind their names, like a book burnt in the sun, we cannot find the words any longer. They kind of just like gave up halfway through and decided that was way too flowery and too poetic, and decided to turn it into a joke.
Yeah, they just gave up, and they were like, well, I'm infuriated having to translate this, so I'm just gonna stop and joke about it instead.
Like, to me, something like this is so much
offensive?
Worse.
Yeah.
Than, like, again, I'm not defending like the Dragon Maid change at all, like in any way. But at a certain level, I can understand. Like, if that is like genuinely your fucked up worldview, and you genuinely believe that, right? I can understand how you could get to that place. This is like, oh, that's dumb. I don't like that. I'm just gonna say, oh, that's what, poetic? That's dumb. It's not. It's bloody infuriating.
It's like, not poetic. I hate it.
How, like?
It's the yikes. It's the yikes being added.
It's the that just happened. Like. Like the fucking gall to look at what some, like, imagine being the writer of this, like the Japanese writer of that, who spent time putting that sentence together and had a real point for including this in the story, and then learning that on the English side they just said, that's kind of lame though. I don't really like that.
And then it makes people who play the translation, because we can't read Japanese, it makes us be like, oh, well, this is just bad writing, isn't it?
Yeah, there's so much of that in the game. It's like, oh, it must be bad writing. Like, somebody in chat tell me, like, how old is Endwalker? Like, I don't want to spoil it if people are still working through it. Is it like outside of the spoilers are acceptable?
2 years. 2 years, chat.
What do you guys say? 2 years? Are we past the spoil event horizon on that?
I think we're past the spoiler horizon.
Okay. If you don't want it spoiled, like, cover your ears. You know. Look away. So there's a scene at the beginning of this, and I was just linked to this by my friend. There's a scene at the begin. I think it's at the beginning, where the Empire guys have been like completely wiped out. And again, I'm not super familiar with everything, so I'm just watching the cutscenes out of context, but even that's enough. and they're like kind of sitting. He's having like a very solemn moment. One of the previous empire, I think he's a general, and he's talking to his troops, and they've pretty much all given up, and they're like leaving. This is a scene where he kills himself, like he shoots himself in the head. You guys probably know that scene. Quintus, that's it. The suicide. Yeah. So the train station, right? So I was watching that scene, and in the Japanese, it's really, really reminiscent of like end of Imperial Japan, like World War II kind of stuff. Like he's kind of lamenting the fact that everything went to shit. He's kind of denouncing the empire itself. He's saying that they were like full of themselves, that their ambitions were basically worthless, that this whole thing was a farce. It was, he's full of regret. And he tells his troops, and this is just me watching it in the Japanese, he tells his troops like, I don't care what you do. If you want to live, go live your life. Just get out of here. You're dismissed, right? Mm-hmm. And then at the end, he kind of muses to himself about the emperor, and is like, I bet you're feeling pretty frustrated too, seeing that this all came to nothing, that we imagined that we could be rulers. And then he shoots himself. In the English, he's like lamenting the fact that they didn't win. Like he's still loyal to the empire. Like he's like, we had such a beautiful dream of like conquering. We could have won. It was like, I'm sorry. He's like, he even says like to the emperor like, I'm glad you weren't here to see us be debased.
Oh
right?
My God, that changes
it's like
the entire meaning.
Different. It's completely different. And he just tells his troops like, you're dismissed. Like those are my orders. When in the Japanese, he's like, if you want to go live your lives, live your lives. Just go. And it gets even worse because after that, as the party is rolling up to him, they're like, in the English, they're like, I hope they don't do something rash, implying like that they know that he's going to kill himself. Mm-hmm. But in the Japanese, all they say is, we have to get there soon to talk to him. We need to let them understand that we're different, and that because these two groups are different, that we need to talk things out. And I'm sure that they'll be able to understand. They mention nothing about him shooting himself. It's not even implied. They don't know that it's going to happen. Like, I was actually blown away. It's like insane that they changed all of that.
That is quite literally like the Marvelization, where you can't have a nuanced bad guy anymore. You have to just resoundingly beat him with the black and white stick, Yeah,
well, it's like even if you listen to the actual performance of the Japanese VA in that scene, he's like beaten down. Like he's giving a very like resigned performance. Mm-hmm. Like he's really putting his heart into it. And then the English one is like kind of noble, like it was all for naught, but I give my life for the empire kind of thing. It's like it's completely different.
I feel like, and maybe this is just me, a lot of ENVA don't really get the same emotion across in the words that they're saying. And
yes. Oh yeah.
Oh no, I just made you cringe.
It's like it's a different topic, but here my hot take. I don't think this is a hot take, at least not in this crowd. English VAs are just not as good at all as Japanese VAs for the most part. Like it's there's no contest.
And it's like when I've seen like a behind the scenes of the Japanese VAs like getting into their work, like they get into it. Like they're moving around, they're like getting into the character, they're like warping themselves, they're getting into it. And when I see English VAs, most of the time they're like in front of a microphone, they're holding a script, they're completely still, and they're just delivering line. And it's like, why can't you get into it?
I have an anecdote for this actually.
Oh hell yeah.
I don't know if you guys, some of you guys in here have probably seen it, but there's Tomo-chan wa onnanoko. Like Tomo-chan is a girl. Is one of my favorite manga. It's really good. It was like a daily thing. It's a tomboy manga, obviously. Yeah, so some of you guys know this. So I went. Yeah, the show was really good. So I went to I don't know what you call it. It was like a live event where basically, the voice actors are there. They do like a live script reading. It was like, you can buy merch, that kind of thing. Rei Takahashi, I think I always mess up her name, but I'm pretty sure it's Rei Takahashi. Yeah. So she's the voice of Megumin, but she also voiced Tomo, right? Mm-hmm. So she was there. She has insane vocal range. It was actually like shocking how good they are on stage, because they did a live reading of some of the stuff and they were like ad-libbing at the same time. So all the main characters are there. They live reading some of the bonus stuff, and the skill was insane. Now, on the other hand, because Tomo-chan was so popular in the West, they had a dub, and the dub was released at the same time. And man, I don't want to like subject anyone to it, but if you look up some of the dub scenes, they're real bad. It's real bad. Like, it is not good. And the reason for that is like, well, number one, that's not completely true. The dub voice actor for Carol is fully bilingual, so she voiced herself in English and Japanese, which is based as hell. Yeah, Jamie pulled that shit up. Kirsche is dying.
I was dying.
Yeah, Sally Yamaki. Sally Yamaki's amazing, like legit. So she voiced herself in English and Japanese, and she did an amazing job. But the voice actors for the other characters are not good. It's not good. And it is the difference is shocking. And it's this weird thing in the Western side of things where, like, the only way I can explain it is, like, imagine if at the premiere for like the new Mission Impossible or something, they had like the Indian dub actor for Tom Cruise show up and be like, yeah, I'm the dub, I'm like official, like I'm official, I should get the same recognition, right?
Yeah.
It's like, no, nobody thinks that. You're like, for some reason, English is like, everyone's like, oh, it's the English, it's like official, right? It's not fucking official. Official is the Japanese.
Yeah.
Like, the Japanese voice talents go through so much more than the market for English voice talents. Like, I think Rei Takahashi like started voice acting in high school and then went to a specific voice acting college and then went into a voice acting agency and like worked her way up. The competition is insane. Mm-hmm. And English VAs are just like click, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you guys played, I'm sure tons of people played Baldur's Gate 3, but like, if you compare like most of the voice, like some of the voice work, and that's pretty good, don't get me wrong. But when J.K. Simmons comes onto the screen, compared to everybody else, I don't like the story of BG3. Don't get me wrong. Like, the story is laughable. I think it's really bad. But
and it's like, just because there's a lot of really bad English voice actors doesn't mean there's no good ones. Like, again,
no, it's not that there's no
Tara
good ones.
Strong has amazing voice range. Crispin Freeman is one of my favorite voice actors. Like, there's plenty of good ones. It's just there's an overwhelming click population of people getting cast as characters that they probably have no business voicing.
But like, the sheer skill diff between everyone else and J.K. Simmons was like, I think I was playing with some friends and we were all like, oh wow, wait, who's this character? And there's, oh, it's J.K. Simmons. No shit. It's like, good. You're gonna play a clip of the dub, aren't you?
I pulled it up. It's a Crunchyroll official channel, so I'm assuming we're gonna get to see what she sounds like.
Brace yourself. You've got fair warning.
I hope they actually have her talking, and it's not just a narrator.
Oh, I hate this.
Oh god.
I can't hear anything. Oh, maybe it's playing in a separate. Wait, is it playing in a separate track?
No, it's playing on stream.
Oh, I've got stream muted because I'm just listening to you. That was a good decision.
I can screen share. Here we go.
No, that's fine.
Double streaming.
Ugh. Oh my god.
We can finally watch.
This is so painful. You have to stop. I can't deal with this.
She actually just sounds like a young shonen male.
But the crazy thing is, and I think I can explain this because I speak Japanese. Mm-hmm. It's very hard for me. Like, you probably noticed, like, my Japanese sounds very awkward when I'm trying to read stuff, but that's because we're talking in English, so I have to like swap in my brain back
your
to
thought
Japanese.
process is different.
Yeah. So, like, if I had somebody in here to speak Japanese with, it would be very different. Mm-hmm. But what they're doing is they're doing Japanese intonation in English. It's like anime voice, right?
Yeah.
And it sounds fucking weird. It doesn't work.
You have to sort of translate the tone into what would make sense in an English voice.
Yeah. So everybody does it. It's this like trend in it's like the Breaking Bad if it was anime. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have.
It's so fucking accurate.
Isn't that kind of like racist in and of itself that you're like, I'm dubbing an anime, therefore I need to have the anime voice? It's like, I pointed this out before when we were watching like influencer videos. There's like an influencer voice that all of these people have when they're doing like ad plugs or when they're doing specific types of like TikToks or YouTube videos. And it just comes off as really awkward and jarring when you hear it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, the influencer voice is a thing. It's like like newscasters doing the newscaster voice.
Yeah. Not the customer service voice.
Yeah, but for some reason everybody thinks it's just kind of like what you do for anime.
That's weird.
It's weird, and I don't know enough to say it's like actually racist, but if it's not, it's definitely adjacent. Like,
yeah.
Nothing else gets that treatment is the thing. Like, why is it only anime and games that get the like, I'll show you my true power kind of shit instead of like
I guess it's because
trying.
It's like people who get into doing these things aren't here because they enjoy the medium. It's like it's a way for them to fill out their resume and go on to something real, right? Because most people just look down on what anime is, and a lot of the people who do the localizations and who are English voice actors look at the people who consume this media and they think of us as, like the racist Nazi trash, right? Like they look down on us for consuming it. And so they don't look at them doing these jobs as like, oh, I need to do a good job. I need to honor the medium. I need to honor the artists. It's just, I'm going to get the credits for doing this. I'm going to make my mark on it in the process because fuck those guys. And then I'm going to go on to real media afterwards.
Yeah, there's definitely an air of like, oh, it's just anime, right?
Yeah.
And which is really fucked up. It's another tangent, but I've seen this kind of opinion. Stream. Yeah, I've seen that kind of opinion like through a lot of the YouTuber like media review bro scene, where they'll like wax poetic about Lord of the Rings, which I fucking love Lord of the Rings, don't get me wrong. They'll wax poetic about Lord of the Rings, about movies, games, all that sort of stuff. But then if somebody brings up anime, like, you mean like Dragon Ball Z, bro? Or you mean like Jujutsu Kaisen, bro? It's like the fastest way to tell that somebody is a tourist is that all they talk about is just shonen, as if it wasn't made specifically for 13-year-old boys.
Yeah. And like even with some of the shonen, like it can still be fun to watch as an older person. Like I would say Yu Yu Hakusho is pretty shonen in my opinion, and that's still fun to watch as an older person.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with shonen, don't get me wrong, but it's like the idea that the majority of manga and anime are shonen.
And then there's the opposite people where the majority of anime and manga are all lolly cute girls doing adult things.
Yeah, that's also not true.
Yeah.
Like, I guarantee these guys have never watched like Kino's Journey or Spice and Wolf or anything like that, or like Mushishi.
Great teacher Onizuka.
You would bring that up, wouldn't you?
I love that one. Are you kidding me? Mushishi was comfy.
I think I remember...
Mushishi was comfy.
I can't remember. Did I? That's the one. If that's the one I'm thinking of.
Great teacher Onizuka is the ex like Yakuza member who becomes a teacher
that one.
and like,
okay,
helps all the kids out.
That's such a Fujo show.
What the fuck? How is that a Fujo show?
It just is. It's like Hatelia.
What? I don't know what Hatelia is.
It just is.
What? Everyone in chat is a Fujo now, apparently.
Right? When you know, you know.
Because of the hands?
It's the hands. It really is.
It's got yaoi hands. I don't remember what their hands look like. I'm trying to think of like
Hatelia is a Fujo show. Don't kid yourselves.
What is the most Fujo show that I've enjoyed? Like, again, Kazuya Minakura, so I loved Sayuki. It only had like a 3-episode pilot, but I loved Angel Sanctuary. And I don't know. Angel Sanctuary is an incest manga.
Classic.
It's where like the first book starts off with the brother and sister, like they're already in love. They have sex. She gets killed. I don't remember how she gets killed. And he basically goes to hell to find her and bring her back to life. And he has to contend with like all of the angels being psychotic, mind-broken, flesh-eating monsters. And like also the demons being somewhat adjacent to that. But the angels are even worse because the devils don't lie about it while the angels do.
Go on.
I don't remember the entire story, but like when I moved away from New England, Angel Sanctuary was my first. I started reading manga with incest. I was like, I need to keep this because it was my first foray, as it were. And the artist, she does really good work. Let me bring up a panel.
Angel Sanctuary. The art is definitely it's unique. It's like unique. A very distinct style.
Yeah, it's a very distinct art style. It's like very, very like 80s anime style, I would say, especially with the way the eyes are. And yeah, definitely Fujo bait, I would say. looking back at it.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's like I was trying to think of what I might have that would be Giga Fujo bait.
Well, the crazy thing is, for all of the, anime, manga, light novels and stuff that actually get translated in the West, there's like 10 more. For every one, there's another 10 that never get translated. Like, you can walk into a bookstore in Japan, any bookstore, and just find stuff that has never seen the light of day in the States.
Oh, I'm sure.
That's the other thing. I guess, people tend to, or at least, talking about how anime and manga gets treated in the West as kind of like, not so much now, but in the past, like kids stuff or like, it's that weird shit. Or one opinion that I've seen a lot of is like, that nobody in Japan actually like cares about anime and manga. It's just for weirdos, right?
Yeah.
It's not fucking true at all. Like, you can walk into any convenience store here and see like HoloLive merch just on the.
And that's such a weird position to take, considering how many people in the U.S. care about like comics and cartoons, right? So like, why would you just assume that an entire medium is just not cared about by the population in Japan?
Well, not only that, but it's also like, to a certain extent, cartoons, quote unquote, are their own little thing in the States, right? Like there's kids stuff, and then there's the Family Guy, American Dad, Rick and Morty, adult cartoons. But in Japan, anime is just anime. It's not like there's kids anime, there's teenagers anime, there's adult anime, there's everything in between. It's not really seen as like, oh, you know, you'll grow out of it or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, most people will watch some kind of anime. Most people will read some kind of manga, and you can find that stuff everywhere. Like, it doesn't matter where you go. Any train station, like my local middle of nowhere train station has an anime girl train mascot.
Aw.
It's like middle of nowhere, and everyone's like, oh, that's cool. We like that. That's fun.
That's cute.
Is she hot? I don't know if I'm. Let me see if I can find it. It's the.
I'm sorry. I could have sworn you posted a picture of her at some point on Twitter, but I might be hallucinating.
I think I may have.
I was either watching one of your videos and it came up, or you posted it on Twitter, because I remember this distinctly. Does she have a doggy?
Oh, here's a picture. Let me see. Yeah. I'll link it.
Okay. Little train station waifu. She's got her own pet waifu as well.
That's like the chibi version. But it's like very aggressively normal. Like nobody, it's not even like off in the corner for like the weirdos. Like sometimes you get people who be like, oh, you know, like that's just that otaku stuff. Like that's just for them off in the corner. It's like, no, it's just kind of there. Like I went to, I love Yudu Camp, and a lot of my friends who like ride motorcycles also like Yudu Camp a lot. And we went to one of the camping sites that was featured in the show. And they had a whole bunch of stuff set up, and like the old couple who ran the place are like super happy everybody's there because they like Yudu Camp, and they've got their little standees there, and everybody's like having a good time.
Cute.
They're really great about it. Like if you go to like the Girls in Panzer Town, Oarai, like everybody there loves it. Like they love the show. They have standees for the place. Like it's great.
That's kind of like how movies are treated here. Like there's a town in Georgia that was the set for some teenage drama show. I can't remember if it was Vampire Diaries or something else. And then there's also like Walking Dead stuff around the town as well. And all of the places that, you know, were featured in the show, in the film, they heavily advertise that. It's like a huge tourist attraction. Like everybody loves coming there. And it just makes sense. And so I don't understand the disconnect where people here don't understand that would be something that is also the case in Japan for their media.
Yeah, I think it's again like the emotional maturity aspect of it, where people are like incapable of pathologically incapable of enjoying things that are cute for some reason now. Like I don't know when this happened, but it's like you're no longer allowed to accept that cute girls are cute. Like that's fucked up somehow. Know.
And it's like another level, right? Like it doesn't feel like just cute aggression. It feels like another level on top of that.
Yeah. It's weird. And I think it does tie into like the translation localization stuff where people are like afraid to show genuine emotion about things for some reason in their translations. Yeah. Like it has to be muted, it has to be blunted, it has to be like it's okay to have girl bosses, but it's not okay to have like a hetero couple show emotion.
Yeah. And like I kind of went over this a bit yesterday, where people have the same reaction because like VTubers are a lot of anime aesthetic, right? And so they'll see a VTuber and they'll just like immediately engage some sort of anime derangement syndrome where they can't decide how they want to attack the anime. They just know they hate it and it must be bad.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like it's like an ongoing e-girl apocalypse with VTubers, right? Yeah.
It's like everybody hates the anime. Like nobody likes the VTuber because anime bad. Like
And
nobody can
and they
accept
don't
that.
even know what it is.
Yeah, like they have no idea what VTubing is, and it's like we had that video with like V and a couple of other people talking about it, and their thing was just all VTubers are Twitch e-thoughts, like all of them do sexual content, and it's like how do you not understand as another content creator that it's just another medium?
Oh, I mean, all those guys, right? They're just Call of Duty streamers, right? Like that's
Yeah,
all they do.
every male streamer is a Call of Duty streamer. There's no difference. They all do Call of Duty and they all yell slurs in the lobby.
I mean, if it was that, it would be based, right?
True and real. Moving back a little bit on topic, what is the this like long paragraph one after the virgin slave?
Oh, that. Okay. People will probably know about people will probably know more about this than I did. But this is basically a big long explanation of how they fucked up a huge thing in Final Fantasy XIV. There was a minor character, and again, I'm going to say his name wrong. Yeah, like people are already spamming all caps about this guy. Haucherfant?
I always said Hauchefant, but I don't know if that's correct. That sounds incorrect. I don't know how to pronounce things.
I know I said minor, but he starts out as a minor character, right?
Yeah.
And then turns into a major character later.
Yeah.
In the original Japanese, and I guess I should preface this was I found this. My brother helped me find this one because there's a kind of perception, or at least some kind of misunderstanding that the English version of the game and the Japanese version of the game are written concurrently, or they're both the same level of canonical, which is just not true. And this kind of proves it, right? It's a
when
pure
you
smoking
say that, you
gun.
mean the release cycles, right? How the Japanese one usually releases like 6 months or whatever before the English version?
Well, some people think that Koji Fox or the English localization team or the English team has a large part to play in writing the lore.
Oh.
And
that's
they
weird.
don't.
Why would they think that?
It's very odd. Like there's the interview thing with Koji Fox there. You can see like the interviewer keeps asking him, like, how do you write the lore? What do you do when you're deciding about lore? And Koji keeps kind of being coy about it, where he's like, oh, writing lore is maybe 10% of what I do. Mostly we talk to. This is different.
Okay, I was scrolling. I was like, this is an interview.
Yeah. There's an interview, right? He in at FanFest and in interviews, Koji will say, oh, he comes up with lore, and he does, but it's more like he's given a scenario in Japanese, then they add in a bunch of stuff, and then they argue back and forth, and some of it gets added in as lore later.
And they basically give it to him as a stop arguing with us. You can have a little bit of thing.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a video of Koji on a panel where he mentions that he changed the name of the LB3. Like I forget what they changed it to, but they changed the name of it, right? And he's sitting next to Yoshi-p, and this is the first time Yoshi-p's heard about it. And if you know anything about like Japanese mannerisms or like cultural stuff, there's no way that he would like call him out for doing that on stage ever. But you can see it in his face. He is furious. Like he is absolutely pissed. I would bet anything that Yoshi-p was like steaming. Like he was angry.
Is there a clip of that?
Let me see if I can find it in my Discord
while you try to find it, I'm actually gonna skitter off to pee. I've needed to pee for like an hour. So this is a perfect opportunity. I've been drinking so much water. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm sorry.
All right.
Behave for him, chat.
Is she gone? Okay, now it's bro time. It's just us dudes. Right. Hell yeah. Now we gotta talk about bro stuff, right? Like football and grab ass, right? Yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hicks out, yeah. sports, flex, lift. You guys are lifting, right? You guys better be lifting. You do lift, right? Quick chat. You gotta tell me your big three lifts. How much you lift? Squat, bench press, overhead press. Give me the numbers. $500 on leg press. That's not good. That's not bad. There he goes. 50, 60, 40. Come on, dude. 0, 0, 0. Psh, psh. 1, 2, 3. She's dying.
Why is chat spamming numbers?
9:30. Oh, you interrupted our bro time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I leave?
She's back, bros. Get her. I was asking them how much they lift. Nobody gave a good answer.
Sense. That makes sense. Look busy. Did you find a clipoo?
No.
Oh. I mean, that's fine. If we don't have I believe you.
I bet a friend of mine's probably watching. He can link it to. Wait, here he is. Yep.
Oh.
He's so fucking based.
Friend coming in clutch.
Big shout out to my friend Patch.
Thanks, Patch.
He's based. There, it's a Twitch clip.
That works.
We decided to change the name of the limit break. ちょ、待って。
Wait, what?
Rumors rings. リミットブレイクの名前を変えたの。
Wait, we had to change the name of the limit break?
そうですね。
あ、なるほど。
優先なので。
This was more important.
あ、なるほど。はい、まあそうっすね。
Fine. Yeah, I guess so.
はい。まあ、タンク LB2 もまあめった使わないしね。
Well, I guess you don't utilize tanks limit break too
He's not
very
happy.
often.
タンク
Yeah.
LB2 の方の名前はストロングホールになります。
Like
So
you
just
see
so you know,
that how
we
he's
changed the
looking
level
at
2 limit
like
rank
he
for
picked
tank
something
to
up and is like
Focusing on the object.
I see.
あ、はい。
Oh, okay.
Okay.
そういうこともやっているんですよ。
なるほど。はい。
You get,
bro, he's fucking pissed.
We decided to change the name of the limit break.
Oh, naruhodo.
Yeah, you can see with his body language and like the way he starts responding, he's just like, I can't say anything, so I'm gonna.
Well, it's crazy because like another anecdote is like when I've done professional interpretation, right? So like, you know, in a meeting where it's like my responsibility to translate just what somebody else says so they can have a conversation. I've had it where we'll go back and forth and the meeting's over and then I turn to whoever I was interpreting for and they're like, "Oh, that went really well, didn't it?" Like, you know, they seemed like they were agreeing with everything we said. And then I go, "No, it went terrible. They don't like any of it." A lot of times in Japanese, it'll be like a, "Ah, so desu ka? Ah, wakarimashita. わかりました。じゃあ、お願いします。よろしくお願いします。And then that's it. And then they're like, "Oh, they said like that's good, right?" Like, or じゃあまたよろしくお願いいたします。And then you have to tell them, no. They said we'll think about it, and that means fuck off.
That means no. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta read between the lines in the politeness culture.
Yeah. There's a lot of that.
Oh yeah.
So that was just an aside, but the thing that you linked before, right? Mm-hmm. The Harshafant, or however you say it, name, like they just decided to go back and basically this guy in the Japanese, he kind of hits on the player character a lot. Mm-hmm. He's supposed to anyway, and he's kind of like, I wouldn't say he's sleazy, but he's kind of like almost like a playboy kind of aesthetic. Like he's like "Oh man, you know, your muscles are amazing. Like, oh, you're so cool." Like that kind of stuff.
Flattery.
Yeah, right. He's kind of like he's super flashy, super forward kind of, but then slowly he kind of turns into like he becomes a bigger part of the story, and then it culminates with him sacrificing himself for the character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like a chivalrous pervert is the archetype, but I don't want to use the term pervert because it's not really like that.
He's not handsy.
It's not
He's just flirty.
Yeah. It's not that extreme, right?
Yeah.
But they just decided that, that's icky. We don't like it. It could give players like the wrong idea. So they just changed what he said, to like basically lobotomize him.
Oh god.
And then they ran into, because this is the thing, is when you're doing that and you're making changes ahead of time, you don't know what the story writers have planned later. So you're saying, well, this guy's just like a minor character, it doesn't matter, we'll just save him the trouble. And then, oh wait, later it turns out he's a major character and they had something planned for him, and whoops, we kind of fucked it up.
Yeah, so like now when he sacrifices himself, it's kind of just like, but why would he do that?
Yeah, it's like, well, I don't understand why the fuck did that happen. And the reason is because they lobotomized him.
This is again like who is approving these changes? Who is letting these localizers fuck with the script to this point? Like if the people in Japan who are actually writing it don't have the oversight themselves, there needs to be someone in place to be like, hey, this isn't your story, this isn't your work, you shouldn't be changing these things. Make it flow well in English is your job.
Yeah, well, it's that professionalism divide, right? So where they assume, well, like you could see Koji Fox sitting up there with like a smug look on his face, like he's laughing, like having a fun time.
Yeah, like he knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing, and so he's fine with it. Because it's like, ooh, I get to add to the lore. It's, ooh, aren't I so fun? And the issue is like there has to be some level of trust, right? Mm-hmm. You can't check with the writer every line.
Yeah, you can't micromanage that hard.
So when they say, oh, well, we have approval from them, in a sense they do, because they're trusting them to do things correctly. But then if they don't, you run into a situation like this where thankfully, they did come back and fix it, but it was only caught way, way later. And they're getting away with it because it's very difficult. They don't know English to a high enough degree to catch those differences. So if they say, if a person says, no, we just localized it for the English audience, that's how it should be, right? How are they going to know otherwise?
Well, like, I'm looking at the date on this as well, and since this was back in 2012, obviously someone must have known that they changed the character to an extent where their plot twist thing wouldn't have made any sense. How did the people working on this who changed the character keep their jobs after butchering it to that degree?
It is impossible to get fired in Japan.
I'm sorry, 2015, I'm sorry, chat.
Once you've been working for a company for 5 years in Japan, you get a chance, or basically they have to offer you permanent employment, like as a seishain is what they call it. Mm-hmm. And once that happens, like you're good. You can't really get fired.
With teachers?
Yeah, it's kind of like tenure. It's like what happens is they'll shift your duties to something stupid or something really like mind-numbing to try and get you to quit, but they really can't fire you. It's hard.
That is incredibly some of it is unfortunate.
It has to be like a really egregious and obvious thing. Like there's no way to get away from this because the players noticed. But if the players don't notice, then they won't ever know that there's a problem, right? So I guarantee 99% of the English players of Breath of the Wild never knew that the entries were changed because they don't have any way to know that.
Yeah, I mean, if people don't know about it, then they can't complain, and then the people in charge don't know, and so it's just not an issue. And I guess that's why more recently a lot of us are talking about the older games that have also been butchered, because some people were like, well, hey, things weren't as bad before, and then everybody who was in the hobby is like, well, actually, hold on.
Well, that's why I wanted to come onto the show, because it was like, this isn't a recent thing. This is like, it's been ongoing, and hopefully, my hope anyway is that people will start being way more critical about even games and things that they wouldn't have considered. You know, like I never thought Pikmin 2 would be something that I would need to take a look at. But to bring up that example, like the Piccolopedia entries, which are my favorite part of the game, by the way. So like, if you give me like lore entries to read, I will sit there and read every single lore entry, like obsessively.
Yeah, feast on it, as it were.
Right. But like Louis' entry, like Olimar's entries, to their credit, are very good. They're well translated. Louis' entries, they just add like a bunch of like poop and fart jokes for some reason.
Oh God.
Yeah. I think I have that one. It's I linked it.
But like, what is, again, other than just being, I'm the writer here, narcissism mixed with emotional immaturity, like, why do that?
It's my only real guess as to why they do that is, in some cases it may be that they do have some, there are certain cases where the publisher may be specifying that the rating has to meet some requirement, right? And so they think, well, we got to make changes to do that. And in some ways I can understand that, but I don't think that necessitates changing the tone. Like maybe if there's swearing or implied swearing in Japanese, which does exist, by the way. That's one thing that bothers me. Like people say, oh, they don't swear in Japanese. They definitely do. Definitely, it definitely happens. People like complaining about like Goku saying like "damn" or something. Like it happens. Like it's different. Nothing gets bleeped in Japanese. Almost nothing gets bleeped in Japanese.
Yeah.
But so I can understand like some changes being made to preserve some rating, right? Like the publisher has some agreement and you as a translator don't really have any say in that. But that doesn't necessitate like Joss Whedonizing things.
Yeah. And like some of the stuff done for their rating's sake also doesn't make sense to me. Like one of the big reasons that I ended up getting my Japanese PS2 was for Xenosaga specifically. And Xenosaga 1, when you would, like, kill enemies and stuff, they would have, like, the blood explosions. It was just a very bloody sci-fi anime, where people would get stabbed, they'd have blood come out of them. And maybe, like, it didn't change its aesthetic between 1 and 2. Like, the modelers changed, and so it was a little bit different, but it was still anime aesthetic. But in episode 2, they removed all of the blood. And I, for the life of me, could not understand why they did this. And it continued to trend into episode 3, where the blood was still removed. And it's just like, well, it was in the first one. They all have a teen rating. Why was it removed in the other two? That doesn't make any sense.
That's it's the internal stuff, right? There's always internal politics. There's always some kind of something going on. Like the biggest one recently that I thought was really funny was, people have been bitching about realistic representations of women, like oh, it's not realistic. Oh, yeah. She doesn't have a realistic body shape. And then there was that Korean game that
used the real Korean who had the real body of like 1-for-1, and that I love watching like the Japanese and the Korean mocap people do the face scanning, because they always get as close to 1-for-1 as you possibly can. And one of the biggest fucking copes in the West, when everybody calls out how they're like hitting all of the female characters with the ugly bat, is, well, it's based on a real person, and are you calling that real person ugly? It's like, no, I'm not calling the real person ugly. I'm saying they were done fucking dirty by a company who hit them with an ugly bat.
Is actually like the actual misogyny.
Yeah.
Is taking a scan. Like imagine being the woman who took the scan for those Western games and then seeing what the final product was, where they hit you with the fucking ugly bat.
It's like you're a good, attractive looking woman, and then you look at the video game with your representation in it and you look like Nikocado fucking avocado. I was like, I'd be so pissed, dude.
Right. That like, one was crazy.
And it doesn't seem to have as big of an issue with male characters for some reason, but still, like the male characters, like sometimes they don't look like their counterpart, even if they look better done than the women. And then I just look at something like Judgment. I never remember the actual actor's name, but he's like considered a Japanese treasure, and it was the reason that game wasn't allowed to be released on PC for so long, because his agency was worried that if people modded the games, they could do untoward things with his appearance.
reminds me of, well, it's like the same level of cope or the same like insanity where for years and years and years, people are, if you posted any sort of like attractive anime art online, they're like, ooh, why do you want this? It's like, why don't you just go jerk off? Why don't you just play a porn game, right?
Yeah.
And then Baldur's Gate 3 comes out and has characters like unironically fucking a bear. It's like, so we gonna complain about this one?
Nope.
We're
We're gonna cheer that one actually.
That one's fine. That's fine.
I
like,
hate the Coomer argument. As someone who's played a metric fuck ton of gacha games and having to see all of the censorship that happens, like literal unironic China tier censorship that happens in these games. And everyone's like, well, if you want porn, you can just look it up. You don't need to have your dick in your hand while you're playing the gacha game. That's the only reason you want these women in skimpy clothing. It's like, I am not a lesbian. I'm not like schlicking off to these characters. I just don't want my game molested. Keep it the way that it was made by the developers.
Right? Not only that, but it's an insane appeal to like the only reason you can appreciate something aesthetically is because you want to get off to it.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Like that never used to be the case. Nobody like I'm sorry, were the dudes in World War II who had like the pinup girls on the side of the planes, were they just like jerking off to those? That's what they were there
jerking
for?
off while firing missiles.
It's almost like people enjoy looking at aesthetically pleasing things like women. Wow, crazy. What a fucking concept.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Same brain cell in action.
Right?
Oh god. That's like to loop back to translation stuff too, since we went into the aesthetics argument.
Yeah.
Do you know what Counterside is?
Counterside? No.
Counterside is a gacha game. I would still be playing it now if I had time. But before Counterside released in the West, you could only play it in either Korea or C. And so I played on the C servers, since in Korea you typically have to have, social security number to attach to your account. And they had the entire game already translated into English. They had an in-house team in the C region, I can't remember exactly where, it might have been Malaysia, translating the game into English. And the English in that game, like, was much higher quality of a translation. Like, I can't tell between the source material, obviously, but reading it, it was a much higher quality with less grammatical issues translation than any other Korean translated game that I had previously played. I was incredibly impressed at how few, like, grammatical errors or spelling errors there were in that. And the fact that they did all of that without having a Western translation team was just like, I want more games to do that. Like, it might be difficult, but I want more games to have a direct translation team that does this instead of hiring these people that want to butcher their scripts.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's for sure possible. Like, the only issue is just raising the alarm to the idea, like, people want the biggest thing is it has to be faithful. I would rather have a faithful translation that has some grammatical errors than spiced up dialogue or punched up dialogue.
Absolutely.
And in some cases, there obviously are games and anime and things that have like politics and stuff in them that you may not agree with, but those should still be faithful too. Like, that's my biggest thing is the source material is paramount. I don't care what else about it changes. Like, it has to be faithful to the source material.
And it's I guess similar to the same argument you would make with free speech. Even if I don't like it, it still should be allowed to be expressed. Even if I don't like the material that I'm translating, I should be able to ethically translate it as correctly as I possibly can into a different language.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've translated like announcements that I think are stupid, like, or plans for stuff that are like, well, this is a very bad idea, but it doesn't matter. That's the job. The translation is paramount. You have to make it accurate. And
that's I brought up a screenshot here.
Let me see.
I've talked about this a couple of times. It's from Blade and Soul. And Blade and Soul, there's a Korean folklore about like a pervert that spies on like sirens bathing, or not sirens, but like water nymphs, I guess. And I don't know the entirety of the folklore. Like I couldn't repeat it off the top of my head because like I didn't grow up with it. I've only ever seen it in Korean games. It's a constant. Like every Korean MMO will have some variation of this quest. And they localized it in Blade and Soul, and a lot of people refunded their pre-orders with NCSoft because of the localization of this quest. And this was... I could be wrong. Like, if somebody else was playing Blade and Soul at this time, I'm pretty sure this was a moderator on their forums said, I just want to clarify something. This started out as some guy complaining about censorship when people told him, yeah, I can see why they censored it. This turned into a debate about larger gender issues, because whether you agree with the editing of the quest or not, a big portion of people posting here cannot even acknowledge that sexualization of women exists or does any harm, and this refusal to acknowledge is what in particular pushed me personally over the edge in this thread. It's impossible to explain in a single sitting how big of an impact things like skimpily dressed characters in TV, movies, games, etc. had on me growing up surrounded by these images and portrayals, and observing my male friends and family members' responses to these images. Growing up, seeing women treated differently based on their sexual desirability, and then coming of age and seeing how I was treated, reinforced what I saw as a kid, and made me think, despite what my parents tell me, this is the way the world is. Add in learning how to have sex from watching highly degrading internet porn, where most kids these days learn it. By the time a girl is ready to start having sex, she's deeply ingrained in her that she's basically a cum dumpster whose purpose in life is to please men sexually, and that above her career or other accomplishments, her looks and chastity, and somehow, though contradictory, her ability to sexually please a man, are still the most important things about her. It wasn't until my mid-20s that I finally felt like I was able to say no to things that I didn't want to do sexually, because I was finally learning that what I want as a human being mattered just as much as what some man wants. Men are going to read this and laugh and make insults to me, but that's just going to prove my point that none of you have even the slightest comprehension of how severely your gender affects your life experience and perception of self, and how degrading and negative all these little things that are no big deal collectively are when you are a female. It's hard to not get emotional when someone is essentially telling you that your life experiences don't mean anything, and that things that have hurt you are entertaining. So really, you males, and the few females, saying misogyny is no big deal, and it's okay in the game because it's fiction, need to check your privilege.
Yeah.
This is over
honestly,
a folklore quest, dude.
Yeah. I mean, to be 100%, I think, I think it's just kind of sad, right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel bad for her that she experienced that growing up. Like, it sounds fucking awful, but there's also the narcissism here to assume that because you had that experience, that everyone has that experience, and that everyone, like, that people are incapable of experiencing things in a different way or disagreeing with that viewpoint. Like,
or that
this
because
is just
something happened to you, no one's allowed to talk about it. Folklore has to be changed. Quests have to be changed.
Yeah.
Nobody can talk about it or even, like, enjoy thing that has potential lessons in it because you are offended.
It's also insane to me that this is almost always and exclusively in the context of sex and sexuality. It's never violence. Like, how many games include just like casual murder?
Yeah.
You don't think that there are kids out there who like had parents like get murdered or experienced like the violent death of a friend or something like that?
Yeah.
But somehow that experience is not up for consideration. Like, nobody's like, oh, well, you know, you don't understand how harmful murder is to somebody growing up and seeing death. It's always sex. It's like always sex for some reason. Like, violence is A-okay, sex is woohoo. No, that's bad.
I don't know if it's changed at all in current year, but back in the day when I was importing games, basically you would want to import from Japan if you wanted the game just unmolested by a censorship board. The ESRB would rate sexual things higher than violent things. So like violence could still pass for a T rating. Xenosaga, again, I don't know why all the blood was removed. But when things would escalate into the sexual, it would be harder to pass the ratings board. Whereas in Europe, Peggy looked at it the opposite direction. If things were too violent, it wouldn't be able to pass their board.
Classic Euros. I mean, it's like the remnants of Puritanism, right?
Yeah.
It's funny that it's wrapped all the way back around now, because it used to be that it was the oh god, what's his fucking name? Jack Thompson types, right? The real Christian conservative God, all that stuff, are like, get the violence video games, they're making kids violent, they're going to do a school shooting. And now we've wrapped around to the left saying sex in video games, they're making kids misogynist. It's
I have a tab somewhere where like people were investigating a virtual rape of like somebody in VR chat. That. And I haven't read it yet, but I was like, that is the dumbest thing. It reminded me of back in the Sarkeesian times where they were just like, teabagging is akin to rape. If you're gonna teabag in a video game, that's misogynistic sexual assault.
Oh no. I might have to go on the run if that's the case.
Oh, how do my virtual balls taste?
I got a rap sheet a mile long for playing Halo 3.
I don't know. How did we get to this point? I guess like maybe again it's just people look down on the medium of video games and anime specifically because a lot of it comes from Japan. And people see video games as just like something children play, otherwise it's a waste of time. I'm not really too sure.
That. I would say it's definitely 100% that. Like, you can be into weird, like, fucked up French films, and that's artistic and cool. Like, that's fine. But as soon as you're like, well, let me tell you about Angel Egg or something from Japan, it's like, I don't like anime. That's
some
weird.
pedophile shit.
Yeah. Like, okay, dude.
It's just like the Vice documentary talking about lolly in Japan and how misrepresentative they were about so many things, and then went on to win an Emmy. Went on to the woman who did the documentary. She got an elevated position. She now works at CNN in Japan as a foreign correspondent, which is what prompted me to message a politician in Japan with the simple like, hey, I just wanted to let you know this is what's going on. As an outsider, it feels very weird to have, somebody who will lie and denigrate your culture for the sake of people clapping for them online. Obviously, I worded it a bit more professionally, but...
Fucking journalists. Like, God. Is there any lower level of existence than a journalist? I don't think so.
I really hate how disgusting... I don't even want to say, like, journalism has become, because I'm sure there's always been journalists like this, right? Like, it's never been a fucking dapper profession, but at least I can remember journalists who did good things, who, like, went on the ground and were like, I need to report that this is happening. People need to care that this is happening. But now it's all, we need to obfuscate the truth and just push an ideology.
I mean, it's been that way for a long, long-ass time. Like, some of the first Pulitzer Prize winners won it for denying the like famines and holocausts in the USSR. So, they got a long history of that.
Long history of just journalists being trash, unfortunately.
Yeah, being a bunch of commie fucks.
The video game journalists. Oh God.
Actually, it's about. I can't even finish this. I can't even finish.
It makes me wonder, like, when I really liked games back in the day, I would buy the guidebooks for them, and the guidebooks would have, like, the guide, but it would also have flair text and opinion input from the person writing it. I was like, I wonder how much of that was, like, kind of warped, Like, I wonder how much they just put in there that I didn't notice because I was just too young.
Well, I mean, one of the things I did actually recently, I went back and checked Star Fox 64's translation. Mm-hmm. It's actually not bad.
Oh,
there's a bright spot. It was pretty good.
That's nice. I didn't some bright spots.
See everything. There were some minor changes, but overall, from what I saw, it was okay. So
Hell
it's not
yeah.
all bad.
I guess that would be one thing as well. If I ever learned Japanese, I would want to absolutely check the translations of like games I really loved growing up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of them that are like that. The old school, like I think the worst hit are definitely the text-heavy old school RPGs. Just for a variety of reasons, you know, they didn't have enough time or whatever. I don't think that's an excuse, but it is like an explanation.
Yeah.
So, but I definitely encourage people, like, you know, learning Japanese is worthwhile. I don't think that you need to have, you know, like you want to live and work in Japan to want to learn Japanese, at least to read it and enjoy your media more. Like people do that for everything else. I don't think it's cringe or whatever. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. So definitely start learning Japanese if you want to enjoy your games and anime more.
Yeah. Recommendations for how to go about learning Japanese?
Oh God, I mean, yeah, there's a lot. I guess the without doxing myself, there's a book called. Oh, that's my. Why is my phone going on? My alarm. Sorry.
Move to Japan. Are you looking?
Yeah.
Are you looking for a wife to give a green card to?
No, I'm happily married. Thank you very much. The book that my previous professor wrote, Mari Noda, wrote Japanese: The Spoken Language, which is very text, like it's dense in terms of grammar, but it's really good. I recommend that. The one things like I don't recommend is like groups where people kind of get together, non-native speakers, and talk like with each other, just because it's very bad habit forming. Is you'll end up talking with people who don't know what they're saying, and you kind of reinforce each other's bad habits.
That makes sense.
But other than that, you know, the Kodansha Kanji Learner's Guide is very good. I'll link some of those, and then if you want to share them on like Twitter or something, so people can like click through.
Yeah, sure.
Those are good. Other than that, you know, there's just practice every day, same as everything else. Like stick with it. I think Japanese has a very high barrier to entry, but once you get going, it starts to fall into place a lot more.
Can you repeat the name of the book?
Yeah, it's the Kodansha Kanji Guide. I think that's the name.
The book is $95. Oh my god.
I mean, there are ways.
There are ways that we cannot condone, but we can subtly refer to.
Yeah, I would never. You ever seen One Piece?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I think, what is that about? It's like a group of pirates or something?
Yeah, I think it's a group of pirates. They got, you know, they got the stretchy guy.
Yeah, unrelated, but I think that's, you know, it was kind of interesting.
Yeah, it was kind of an interesting anime. Went on a little bit long though, you know.
Yeah. And then the other one is, it's the Kanji Learner's Course by Kodansha, and it has like a dictionary that goes with it. And the other one is Japanese: The Spoken Language. It's an old ass book though. It's old. Like it still mentions the Soviet Union old.
Oh my god.
But it's really good.
Hell yeah.
I was gonna save some of. I'll save some of these stories because I'm still trying to bully Pippa into letting me on to do an interview, like she said she wanted to. She never answers her fucking DMs.
Answer your fucking DMs or I'm going to rip your ears off!
Right? Well, I'll save some of that. But that professor, Mari Noda, is the most terrifying woman I've ever met in my entire life. She's like 5'3" and absolutely terrifying. Like, I had interviews and stuff with her, and she would sit there, and as you're talking to her, she would just like nod and go, so desu ka. And you would just like want to keep talking, and then she would go, and then she would go, okay, thank you for your time, and then you'd leave, and then you'd only find out like a week later how it went.
That's scary.
It was horrifying. Great professor, terrifying.
I guess the terrifying ones are the best ones though, right?
Yeah, she took absolutely no shit. None.
5'3" and Asian, how did you survive?
Cure Dolly. I've never heard of Cure Dolly for Japanese learning. Sorry.
I was spooked off of learning Japanese when I was younger because my English handwriting is so bad to the point, like, I'm old enough that we still learned cursive in school. And I remember doing my cursive reps, and eventually my teacher was just like, this is completely illegible, so you're gonna stop doing cursive reps and just write it in print, because I can't read this.
I was in that fucked up generation where every year they would say, okay, you got to start learning cursive this year because next year everything's going to be in cursive, and if you don't know it, it's over. And then we'd get to the next one like, next year you're going to have to do everything in cursive, so you better start learning. And then it just never happened.
It just never happened. Like, cursive didn't take off the way everybody kept saying it would. Much like you're not going to have a calculator with you at all times.
Exactly. Cursive is the NFT of writing.
Oh god, it really is. Did you have like learning typing classes when you were younger?
I did. It was slacking off and playing video games.
So when I was really young, my grandmother still like owned a typewriter, all right? And when I had typing class, we had to learn to put our hands on the specific space on the space keyboard.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember even like where I'm supposed to put them from that class. I'm gonna be real with you. But not only did we have to have that like perfect typing form, quote unquote, but
yeah, the home row shit.
We got special like long keyboard towels that they would put over our hands so that we would have to complete the typing without looking down.
A keyboard towel?
Yeah, they had towels that were slightly larger than the shape of a keyboard, and we would put them over our hands.
I've never heard of that in my life.
I don't know if I still have my special keyboard towel, but if I do, it'd be at home in storage.
Kids these days don't even type; they're just on their iPads with the touch screen.
The way that I type, and I type faster than nearly everyone I know. The way that I type is nowhere near how I learned to type.
Yeah, I never learned typing like that. I don't hunt and peck like a Neanderthal, but I just kind of type. I think I only use like 2 or 3 fingers or something. But it's fast enough, so it's like
I use all of my fingers, like pinky. Pinky comes in clutch and you gotta stretch, but like
pinky?
Like you can use pinky to like tab to a next line. You use that for like the colon, semicolon,
apostrophe.
Oh,
yeah.
Enter to a new line kind of shit too. But like I type so much faster with less errors when I don't use apostrophes. So like I've just adopted never using an apostrophe in any of my contractions.
Based, I think. Yeah, maybe. Is that based?
It's like everybody gets the idea, right? Like there's nothing that really changes connotation. The only one I can really think of is like it's, right? Because it can be it's as in like it's that, or it's as in like it is. But you can get the context from just reading the sentence as a native English speaker. So I only tend to use the apostrophe when I'm talking to someone who's not native English.
I think that's one thing about Japanese that's kind of nice is the once you learn hiragana and katakana, it's pretty easy to just like type stuff out because you don't have to worry about pronunciation. It's just kanji that starts to fuck you up. Kanji is the great filter for Japanese.
The scary hieroglyphics.
Yeah. Well, there's something like 2,200 of them in standard use, and then a couple more that you have to just kind of know.
Yeah, it's just like if I can't even draw fucking English letters, how am I supposed to make the great pictographs in Japanese?
Look, I can't handwrite kanji anymore. I wrote some, like in college I wrote, you had to write kanji sometimes. I think I wrote like 1 paper by hand, maybe. But nowadays everyone is just like, it's just, you just type it. You just type, that's it.
Oh man. I would really like to learn. Maybe I should do some Japanese learning streams.
Yeah, I mean, if you bring on somebody like a native speaker, I'll be happy to hop in and help. That sounds fun. Yeah. I like that kind of stuff.
Hell yeah! I talk to Iori from Phase Connect sometimes, so she could definitely be someone. Yeah, I love the cute deer.
Should bring in Tenma just to get her to scream. Like that's the
God.
best way to learn.
Tenma would beat me with a yardstick.
My cat is dropping stuff off of my desk now.
Oh no. The kittens that I've taken in have taken a habit of putting their paws in the water dish and splashing like an idiot.
My cats do that too. I don't know why.
I don't know why either. I've never had a cat that does that.
It's just cat stuff.
Just cat things. I guess I'm looking at the screenshots you sent me. We keep tangenting. It is a curse of my stream. I don't think anyone can come here and just like not tangent.
I don't mind. I like talking. It's fun to chat with everybody. It's cool to talk about stuff.
I'm just looking through what you've posted, and I wanna like ask about what the other ones are. So like, what is?
Yeah.
What
that
is
one.
This one?
Is that up on screen yet?
Yeah, the little pentagram one.
So that's an example of one of the old school RPGs. Like this is like the Woolsey era stuff that we were talking about. I'm not sure if this was Woolsey, but this is like back in the day, the old RPGs, right? Just there, I don't even know how this would happen, right?
Chat saying it is Working Designs who did this translation.
Working Designs, yeah, that makes sense. Not good. Working Designs is much worse than Woolsey, I believe it, yeah. So the old school RPGs had stuff where it was just like actual story components, and then they replaced it with how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop.
But why?
That's a good question. I don't know why.
What?
But there's also beloved ones like this too, where like in the most recent re-release of Super Mario RPG on the Switch, people were upset that they removed the mention of like Jackie Chan, like Fists of Fury or something. Mm-hmm. That's not in the fucking original. They didn't mention Jackie Chan, Bruce Lee. They didn't mention Bruce Lee in the original. They fixed it.
You've been living in Japan so long, you have the Chinese face blindness. You've adopted the racism.
Oh man, Japan and racism. You know, don't ask Japan about China.
Teacher Onizuka again. I was not prepared for the racist depictions in that anime.
Yeah. And that's the thing is like people are like, but I loved that. It was so fun. Like it was funny. It was a great childhood moment. I don't deny that. You can enjoy that. Like I'm not saying you're wrong for enjoying it. I'm just saying like it deserved better. They shouldn't have done it.
And again, like I brought up earlier, I'm wondering if this is why so many people thought that like JRPGs were extra cringe, because the translators are fucking with the dialogue.
How much of it is a result of the actual writing and how much of it is just the translation got fucked with because they just didn't give enough of a shit to do it?
And it's even more depressing when you think of just how many games there are, and like you don't have enough time to check all of them, so it's like you're never gonna know how many were fucked with and the extent with which they were.
Exactly. And the only thing that we can do at this point is basically just put everything under a microscope, or at least try, and then make sure that what we're getting is good. You know, a recent example, I think it was so bad that they actually went back and fixed it, was like the original Persona 4 Persona 5 Golden. Before Golden, the original translation of Persona 5 was really, really bad, and it actually had a spoiler for like end game stuff in the opening cutscene, and they actually went back and fixed it because there was enough kind of cry about it. So it can get fixed. It's just, people are not, if you didn't know, like if you only started with Golden, there was originally at the very start of Persona 5, there's a point where the principal of the school, if I'm remembering correctly, says things are going to plan, which kind of tips the hat that he's in on parts of the plot. Right, like he's involved in stuff in the original. In the Japanese, all he says is, "Oh, this guy's resigning. understood, or that's good, basically, right?
This seems to be a pattern where they have the characters like reveal that they know something ahead of time in the English translation. Why do they do
clunky.
that?
It's really clunky. I think it's just like a lack of understanding subtlety. Like
I was gonna say, are we just used to like the super wow, I can tell that's foreshadowing in English?
I mean, I won't go out and say that there are no poorly written Japanese games, because I'm sure there are.
Oh yeah,
but
of course.
We can't know.
It's just like we can't know which ones were actually poorly written and which ones were fucked with by localizers.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like even beyond the Tootsie Pop one, I just read down. Null's line is, "Then don't think about it." And then in the English version, it's, "That's not me, you idiot. It's a dumb owl that does that. Jeez."
Yeah.
That's like Rick and Morty writing, but back in the day, man. Like, what? How do you do that? I just like think it's okay. It changes the entire conversation.
Oh yeah, I mean, another example in like Valkyria Chronicles is there's a very sad point in the game where you're like comforting an enemy soldier who's dying. It's like one of those points where they're trying to like show the humanity of soldiers in war. Like, you've been killing soldiers the whole time, right? But in this scene, you're comforting somebody who's dying, and I haven't played it for a while, but I know that the tone in that scene is like way off, and it's like oddly blunt. Like, they're not treating it with the same level of respect that it should get, and I took a lot of issue with it.
That's really fucking strange, dude.
Yeah. Dragon Quest is one I'd have to look into. Like, I'm not sure, because I know Dragon Quest has, at least Dragon Quest in Japan is kind of known for its tropes in and of itself. Like, it's definitely a more lighthearted series than Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is not supposed to be that lighthearted.
Yeah, Final Fantasy, like, they have some of the like more comedic relief characters. Like, Waka sticks out to me. But I feel like they probably leaned into the comic relief with him even still in the English version more than he probably was in Japanese.
Probably.
Because, like, when I think about the English version and I think about him and Lulu having a child, it's just like, to this day, that grates on me. Because it's like, there was no love tension between them at all in the English version. And then suddenly it was like, oh, well, now we have a baby. And I was like, what? What?
Yeah. I mean, it's sad to say, but like at this point, the only thing I can really say is if you have, like, if you ever feel like the line feels off, I mean, honestly, it probably fucking is. There's probably an issue, unfortunately. Like, the best thing you can do is just go check.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, when I replay some of these JRPGs from my past on stream, I'll have to look up certain things. I'm gonna be playing Okage again soon, and there's one character that I liked as like a side character, and like the grandma never said anything besides that's right, honey, and I'm wondering if that was something that they just didn't translate her real lines. Because that's the only thing she says the entire game.
It's hard to say. Sometimes those joke characters are joke characters in the Japanese too. But...
And it's like, I like that as a joke character. So I hope, fingers crossed, it's translated well. And there's a line that I remember from the main character. The main character's like this normal boy. And they really make a point to drive home how normal he is. And one of the first things that happens is his girlfriend breaks up with him because he's too boring. She's just like, you're the type of guy who would come home after work and eat cold mashed potatoes and not complain about it, and so I can't be with you anymore. And it's like, I liked that when I was younger, but now as an adult, I'm just like, I wonder if this was translated well or if they fucked it up.
Well, mashed potatoes are definitely not going to be mentioned in Japanese, so...
I was like, I'm maybe in Japanese it was like cold ramen, right? So
Maybe. I'd have to look. I mean, if you're playing through an RPG, you can always just like shoot me a message or something and I'll
Oh yeah.
hop in and like translate something. Happy to do that. That's always fun.
We'll figure it out. Hell yeah. Kirsche, you don't play. I do play games, chat.
I don't know. It seems like chat's saying you don't play games, Kirsche.
I do play games. I just talk so much that I don't get to play them as often as I would like.
Would you like some games with your tangent?
Sometimes I would like games with my tangent. Oh god, it could be cold rice porridge. I mean, it could be.
That would make sense. I could believe that.
I was like, they translated onigiri
so
to jelly donuts. So I remember being so confused when I watched that because like even without the context being younger of not knowing that the translation was wrong, I was just like, that doesn't look like a donut.
Well, I thought they were like Japanese donuts when I was a kid. I was like, I want to try that donut. It looks cool. And then you get here and it's just onigiri and it's like, oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I ended up making onigiri as well. And I was like, oh, since they're donuts, you put like donut filling in them, right? And my first mistake was having a pot of hot rice and then putting my hand on the hot rice. Because that's what it told you to do in the instructions, right? They're just like, pick up the hot rice and mold it. And I was like, ow, my sensitive little skin, I can't do it. And so once it cooled down a bit and I could pick it up, I put like chocolate inside of it.
Oh,
and then wrapped it with seaweed.
Banned from Japan. Instantly deported.
I was like, they're donuts, so that makes sense, right? It was really bad.
Oh, no.
Cursed onigiri.
They'll kill you for that here.
Yeah, well, again, I thought they were donuts. You know, you can't blame a child too much.
You made these when you were a child?
Yeah, I was like 10.
Okay. I thought this was modern Kirsche.
No. Modern Kirsche would not put chocolate in the onigiri.
Okay. I was thinking like that's like Hachima tier cooking stream.
I like how everybody was just willing to accept it was me as an adult. What the fuck?
Johnny Somali versus that. Oh man.
I'm so glad he's getting banned from the country.
Oh yeah, he's done.
He's
done though. It's over.
Why do they... I'm reading this again on my screen. He fucking talks about M&Ms as well. What is this weird product placement that old games had a fascination with? Like we don't really see the product placement too much in translations in current year. But back in the day, I brought up Croc. I liked playing Croc, but Croc was basically a game that was an advertisement for lifesavers. And like all the cereals came out with their own like CDs that you would get from the box. It was just like everybody was trying to use video games as a form of advertisement. And so like I'm looking at them mentioning like Tootsie Pops up here and then M&Ms down here. Why was that a thing?
It's got to be like one of those like 80s or 90s like crazy, like, I don't know, man. It feels like it's one of those wacky, like, extreme 90s things.
I mean, it's gotta be, like, a 90s thing for sure, because, again, it doesn't happen really anymore. But, like, probably to make things relatable to kids? I mean, maybe.
Also, really sorry, but I gotta tag out to pee, too.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Chat, make sure you keep up the bro energy while I'm gone. Okay? Keep it bro. You gotta make up for the masculine energy while I'm gone.
Oh my god. I don't know if you can do that, chat. You guys like Fuda. Crocs, the literal idiot shoe. No, not Crocs the shoe. Croc the little dinosaur guy. Or I guess crocodile because his name is Croc, but fuck me, dude. I liked the Gobos. The Gobos were really fucking cute. I don't remember the noises the Gobos made, but they were super adorable. Maybe I can find like a video on Croc 2 Gobos videos. Full game 100%. No, I don't want the full game. Sailor Village level 1. Trapped Gobos. I don't know if I can find like just literal Gobbo noises because I don't know if anybody's gonna be autistic enough to have just sat next to a Gobbo and have it make noises and then upload that to YouTube. I don't remember what the winter village was called. What do I lift? Like 10 pounds per arm because I'm a woman. I don't lift for increasing muscle mass. I lift so I'm not a noodle. Am I talking about Goombas? No, I'm talking about Gobbos. They're called Gobbos. Gobbos. These things. Browser. These things. The Gobbo. They're so cute and brain damaged looking, and they make like little weird squeaky noises. You remember a censored game?
I returned.
Welcome back. You survived your pee.
I survived, barely.
Congratulations. I was talking about the Lifesavers game.
I never played Croc as a kid.
I thought it was a lot of fun. I could never beat it though, and the Lifesavers made no sense to me even as a child.
Maybe it's just got to be one of those like 90s kids things. I don't know. It feels like everything was about like Doritos and Mountain Dew and snacks and shit.
I mean, Death Stranding had Monster Energy drinks in it for a while. That's another thing I don't like about modern games, right? Like, if they put something in the game, it can just be patched out later. And I don't like that. I want to go back to physical media where they can't patch out my shit.
Wait, they patched out the Monster Energy?
Yeah, my version of Death Stranding Director's Cut doesn't have Monster Energy. It has like the... I don't remember the name of the corporation in the game, but it has their name on the cans.
What?
Yeah.
I wanted to play Boomer Walking Simulator.
It is such a relaxing game.
It seemed cool. I never actually got around to playing it.
I am in the middle of it, and I'll probably be in the middle of it for a while, because as soon as I turn that game on, I just want to deliver package and do nothing else.
Real Amazon wage cage hours.
Yeah, it's like, I never finished Final Fantasy 15 either, because I got distracted by picking up all of the cute little items all over the overworld to make food, and then making the very photorealistic food items.
That's the bros on a car tour one, right? On a road trip one?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Director's Edition shipped without Monster. It was not an update. Yeah, but why? They could have just kept the Monster in.
Bring me back my own Monster Energy. I need it. Was it like the sugar-free kind? Because that's the best kind.
I don't remember.
Zero Ultra.
I don't drink Monster in real life.
I fell into it. It's the like you buy your first can as a meme because it's like the Monster Zero Ultra, like the white can, and then it's actually good.
I tried a Monster back in high school, and I was like, wow, this tastes like paint thinner. I don't think I'll drink this. And then I never had another energy drink.
Shit.
Yeah, I never had another one until I did a 24-hour straight stream for Lost Ark release, so I could grind like a swamp-ass degen. And I bought, I think it was Bang that I bought. There was like a unicorn flavor and a blue raspberry flavor. Those were actually pretty good. But I was like, I can feel my heart in my brain. Like, I can think with my heartbeat, and I can see colors.
Yeah, they have like 360 grams, or not grams, milligrams of caffeine in them. They're like insane.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I'll do that again, but you know. You know what the best energy drink is, though? Gamer subs. Gamer subs for gamer energies. Code Kirsche for 10% off.
Nice.
Fucking
Get the product
smooth.
placement.
Yeah, smooth, dude.
I'm excited. One day I will be able to do product placement. That's my dream.
Hell yeah.
Give a really shitty read for Raid Shadow Legends.
The Raid Shadow Legends ones are my favorite. I love it so much, dude.
I always have to double check because there's two of the companies, right? There's Gamer Subs and then there's the other one. I always forget the two. Okay, Gamer Subs is the good one. That's right. I do like Gamer Subs, so I can actually.
The good one.
No, because I tried both. Legitimately, now it's like sponsored stream time. But I tried both. I actually legitimately like Gamer Subs better because I have the Flork flavor.
Flork is so cute.
Flork is based. He's based as hell.
I'm still waiting for the pre-orders for his anime thigh wraps to ship.
I got 2 cans of the anime girl thigh flavor. It's actually really good.
It's pretty good. It's not my favorite, but it's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think the only flavor that I personally have disliked, actually no, there's 2. I don't like Shy Lily's flavor because I don't like coconut, so it tastes bad to me, and I also don't like titty milk, because blue raspberry is my favorite flavor. It just doesn't go with a milky flavor, in my opinion. But it's like,
wait, it actually has like milk flavor in it?
Yeah, it's like a, you know, like orange and cream flavor, except instead of orange, it's blue raspberry.
That doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, like, I can see why people would like them, and especially Shy Lily's. Like, the coconut is very polarizing. Like, you either love or hate that flavor. There's no in between, I've noticed with people. And it's like, I just don't like the flavor of coconut. It's like, it's a good flavor. I'm just not a coconut person.
Yeah, I feel it.
You mix Jujutsu Kaisen with the titty milk? I mix the Jujutsu Kaisen with the strawberry lemonade often. I like the color and the flavor of it.
Strawberry lemonade's pretty based.
It's pretty based. It mixes well with nearly everything.
It's hard to get stuff, like, I guess, living in Japan, shipping costs are insane. So, like, I bought 2, but the price of shipping was basically buying another one.
Shipping, I guess, is way more expensive than it used to be. I used to just import so much shit from Japan. Like, in high school and college, I would import clothing, I'd import food, I'd import games. My Xenosaga collector's edition boxes, those only existed in Japan. So I was like, I bought so much shit. I was like, I wasn't even shopping in the US anymore.
I mean, slightly on topic, but like Japan and the US in terms of like merch and stuff that's available, the discrepancy is insane. Like, if you come to Japan and go to, like, I don't know, Akihabara, like the Radio Kaikan or any of like the big stores over there, and go to like a Nintendo store, the sheer amount of merch and stuff that you can get and like the quality compared to the States is nuts. Like, Japan just does not give a single shit about the Western market. I have tried convincing, like I've talked to the Spice and Wolf author a couple of times, and some other like artists and stuff, just to convince them, like, if you make this stuff available to buy, people will buy it. Trust me. It's just, they don't, a lot of times the language barrier, like trying to deal with orders from abroad, is very difficult for them. So if they could get that figured out, people would be able to buy way more stuff. But it's rough living in Japan, because you see how good like the merchant stuff is over here compared to like back in the States. It's rough.
It's like, you could use Pokemon as a good example. Pokemon has a lot of merch drops in Japan from the Poke Center place. Not all of them make it to the English site. So I've made an account on like JP Amazon, so I can buy directly from their Japanese merch drops instead of waiting and just hoping that they decide to release it in the US.
Oh yeah. And even the stuff on just Amazon JP isn't even all of it. Like, if you go to the in-person store, there's exclusive stuff that's only available at the in-person stores. And it's not like there's just one Pokemon Center. There's like a million of them in Tokyo.
Man, I've always wanted to visit Japan. It's like the pinnacle of weebdom, you know? You finally get to go to your mecca, as it were.
I've lived here for 8 years now. I've lived in Tokyo, I've lived in Nagoya, and I live in Kanagawa now, which is kind of like, it's like middle of nowhere in a good way. I like the countryside. But
yeah, I would love to not just get tourist trapped, but also see like the countryside and the mountains in Japan.
Yeah. So like, I live like pretty close to Mount Fuji actually. If you to plug my live streams, when I live stream stuff, you know, we get some really, really nice views of Mount Fuji just walking around.
The heckin' backpacking, shill yourself, please.
Yeah. It's Japan Day Tripper at YouTube. Once I hit 500 subs there, I'm gonna do like a marathon walk stream of. Plan is to go to every single place that I used to live in Tokyo in like one walking stream. So it'd be like 9 hours or something just walking.
His
Japan
his channel
day tripper,
should be
yeah.
linked as well, so you don't even have to type it. You can just click on it in my description.
Wow.
Wow.
That's amazing. They can click and subscribe. You could even hit the bell for notifications.
Oh my god, smashing. Fucking Japan gay stripper. I don't know if that's what he said.
Oh, don't forget to get the can. That's one of my bros, Flex Knee. That's one thing. They've been trying to get me to buy a corn drink from the vending machine.
What?
I won't do it. Yeah, there's a lot of Japan loves vending machines.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Yeah.
Like on the top of Mount Fuji, there's like fucking vending machines. And you can get warm drinks like hot cocoa and stuff. But you can also get like corn soup in a can.
What?
It's so disgusting. I won't buy it.
I was gonna say,
won't
that
do
doesn't
it.
sound like it would be good.
No, it's not. It's not good.
I mean, you could always make it like a subscriber goal. Be like, I'll eat the corn soup when I get to 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah, we'll do that. 1,000. I'll buy the corn soup and drink the whole can on stream. There we go.
Oh my god. You hear that, chat? Go subscribe so he has to drink the corn soup from the vending machine on the top of Mount Fuji.
Like, I like doing like chats like this and talking about stuff because I do think that there's like a real lack, to be frank, of people who are talking about like translation or just Japan who actually know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah.
Not to like say I'm the end all be all, but I've seen so many conversations online of people who are talking about translation or talking about games and stuff who just like don't live in Japan, don't speak the language. Like, people should get good information.
Yeah, and it's like even like myself, and I'm immersed in the sort of like, I've been playing video games forever. I've cared about the accuracy for a very long time. I still don't know Japanese. I don't live there, so like there's still ignorance on my part that I can't make up for any other way. So I'm really glad you wanted to come and like talk to all of us about this, because it's like I'm learning things too. Thanks for the corn, chat.
No, thanks for the corn based corn. Wow. Corn spam, let's go. Behold, corn.
We
Classic.
need more corn.
Do I hear that right? Is Kirsche an Aqua Teen Hunger Force fan?
I am.
Based.
How can I sound like Carl and not be a fan?
I'm not hearing the resemblance.
You don't hear?
Is that a meme
No.
on your channel?
That's Hey, Poltman! You're gonna have to stay off my fucking lawn!
Friggin', getting the translations wrong, you friggin'.
Getting these translations wrong, I'm sick of it!
You got the grit in the voice, that's good.
It's
Classic.
not one for one, but I feel like I do a pretty good job.
I feel like female Carl is definitely someone I would not want to meet ever.
I mean, I could wear the wife beater, get some gravy stains on it, let's go.
I'll tell Pippa.
I'm sure if I
She
walked
would be
around the
into that.
convention, it'd be great.
Hey, Fry Man. Frickin', this corn over here.
Frickin' this corn over here. I'll need to shave my head. I'll just use a bald cap.
How do you know she hasn't shaved her head already?
Oh god, I haven't had a Britney Spears moment, thank god.
Yet. You haven't had
Yet.
a Britney Spears moment yet.
Yeah, there's still time. Kirsche and Pippa Aqua Team Hunger Force themed outfits.
I mean, the fanfiction writes itself, right?
That's true. That's true and real. Carl's is one of the best characters on the show. I like Fry Man a lot.
I feel like it's gotta be the frat aliens.
True. Frat aliens funny, but not my favorite. They're goofy. That's not my favorite.
Favorite character? It's gotta be Moonanites then for favorite character.
Do you remember the bombing scare with the Moonanites?
Yes, I love the bombing scare with the Moonanites. That was awesome.
I will never get over. I'll never get over how we went from that as a bomb scare to like looking at that one kid who built a clock that actually looked like a bomb.
No, see, he was good. That was a good thing.
It was because it was anime. It's that anime derangement syndrome again.
But actually, you say that, but it's funny that people have this idea of anime as being explicitly like Japanese, but in Japan they would call Aqua Teen Hunger Force anime because it just means a cartoon.
Yeah.
It's really just a genre, or it's not a genre, it's a medium, right?
Yeah.
So there's no distinction between like when people say like Avatar: The Last Airbender isn't anime. In Japan it is. Because it's just a cartoon.
I've made the distinction when talking about it because it's like anime is typically what we think of as coming from Japan, and then like cartoon is just like the Western thing. But like you are correct, they are the same thing, and that's why like King of the Hill is my favorite anime is a meme, I guess.
It's funny because there are a bunch of like 2chan posts about Western cartoons that are exactly the same as 4chan posts about anime. Where they're like, "What the fuck do you mean you've only watched South Park? You fucking normie? That's the only Western cartoon you've watched, you fucking poser." They're just like us, bros.
That's hilarious. I would love to be privy to those conversations, like watching them fight over like a SpongeBob, King of the Hill, and like drawn together, right?
Exactly. No, they do. Not to this. Obviously, it's not like to the same extent of like there's a whole Westaboo culture, but Rawhide Kobayashi is definitely a guy.
Who is Rawhide Kobayashi?
Well, you don't know Rawhide Kobayashi?
I don't know the names of Western characters in Japanese. No.
Oh, okay. You gotta just Google Rawhide Kobayashi real quick.
Oh man.
How does she not know? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's a guy in a. I got a leather post as well. That's confusing.
That's not it. That says more about your search history than anything else.
What? No, it says howdy B. My name is Rawhide Kobayashi, but he looks like he's ready to go to the leather club down the street.
Oh, that's a different one.
We got a Reddit post here. Rawhide Kobayashi.
Yeah.
Howdy, my name is Rawhide Kobayashi. I'm a 27-year-old Japanese, Jap-American Western culture fan for you foreigners. I brand and wrangle cattle on my ranch and spend my days perfecting my craft and enjoying superior American pastimes. Barbecue, rodeo, fireworks. I train with my branding iron every day. The superior weapon can permanently leave my ranch emblem on a cattle's hide because it is white hot and is vastly superior to any other method of livestock marking. I earned my branding license 2 years ago, and I have been getting better every day. I speak English fluently, both Texas and the Oklahoma dialect, and I write fluently as well. I know everything about American history and their cowboy code, which I follow 100% when I can get my American visa. I'm moving to Dallas to work in an oil field to learn more about their magnificent culture. I hope I can become a cattle wrangler for Double Cross Ranch or an oil rig operator for ExxonMobil. I own several cowboy hats, which I wear around town, and I want to get used to wearing them before I move to America, so I can fit in easier. I rebel against my elders and seniors and speak English as often as I can, but rarely does anyone manage to respond. Wish me luck in America!
God, I love Rawhide Kobayashi.
I want to be the American that the Japanese think I am.
Absolutely. I'm surprised you never heard of this. He's the follow-up to Ken-sama.
Oh god.
Which I just linked. It's a classic.
It's a classic. I don't know. My brain. Oh, I know Ken-sama. Okay, I know this guy.
Yeah.
I know this guy.
Rawhide Kobayashi is the inversion of Ken-sama.
Okay. Well, I feel like I speak for everyone when I say I do love Rawhide Kobayashi. God damn. Ken-sama made it, bros. He was living the dream that we could only understand now. Rawhide's the hero we need but do not deserve.
People say that Ken-sama did marry a Japanese girl, but I don't know if it's the same guy. I hope it is. I hope
is.
he made it.
I hope he realized his dream. They mean there's an update of Ken-sama? He did get married?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Well, I've seen the update, but I don't know if it's like if it was actually him. Like, I don't know if it's the same guy from that picture, but I mean, the guy who made it is also based.
Chat's also saying it's not the same guy.
Eh.
Either way,
I choose to believe it's the same guy.
Yeah, I'll choose to believe it. I'll believe that his memes became real.
You just gotta believe in your memes, boys. That's what it's
Don't
all
let
about.
your memes just be dreams. I mean, look at this guy. He's married to his waifu.
Yeah, that did happen.
Did you actually have like a wedding like the guy that married Miku?
No.
You didn't go far
did
enough
not.
for her.
No, because that would be a little bit insane.
Would it? Would it really?
Like IRL? I don't know what
Yeah.
the point of that would be. There's a delineation between my 2D self and my 3D self.
Is
Yeah.
there?
I wish there wasn't, but unfortunately. Fucking hate 2D me. He's living it up.
Oh man.
Look at him. That bastard.
I like how it worked out that you're looking in one direction, like away from me when you're not talking, and then you're looking towards me when you are talking. God, I love Fugi.
Yeah, the Fugi jump is nice. I don't know why I have like some kind of sandwiches in front of me. Like, why do you get the cake and I get like sandwiches?
Well, it's like the cake and the drink were specifically made for me. That's why they got little Kirsche cube on them. I couldn't put it in the center of the desk because like that's where chat sits. You know, they don't get any of the food. So I was like, I gotta have something for him to eat. So I'm gonna give him whiskey and sandwiches and then like a strawberry and cream croissant.
As long as chat doesn't get anything, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. See. Got you some protein. Yeah, exactly. Where do we go from here?
I mean, I'm kind of out of stuff to talk about in terms of translation and localization, but I mean, I'd be happy to come on again if you want to talk about like a specific game, or if you're playing through a game, I'd be down to do that. And then I just gotta bully, like I said, I gotta bully Pippa into, because I said I would do the interview about Monster Musume with her, so I can't cuck Pippa that hard. Otherwise, I would.
I didn't even realize that this was a cucking of Pippa until you said that earlier.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Like you posted on the tweet, you were like, "Don't tell Pippa," and I was like, "Wait, why not tell Pippa?" Moldy Benoit.
As long as she's upset, I'm happy.
What? Why would you want her upset?
Because it's better content. It's funnier that way.
True. I guess that means you get to bully her when you finally get on.
Exactly. That's the whole idea.
Oh man, I'm trying to think. You know, Xenosaga Freaks I think is the only game like purely in Japanese that there's no English counterpart, so I've never been able to read it.
Oh, well, it didn't get like a translation at all?
Nope. It was a Japan only release.
Huh. Yeah,
Which,
I mean,
I think the series was way more popular in Japan than it was in the West, and even with its Japanese popularity, it wasn't like a crazy seller, which is why Nintendo, after buying Monolith Soft, decided, yeah, we're not going to continue that.
you know, so it's the PS2 one, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at some of the screens. This wouldn't be that hard to do. Some of the kanji could get tough if it's there's always stuff where it's like I think like the hardest thing about Japanese or like lingo is when you get to a point where you're talking about like specifics in science and engineering and mechanical stuff, because in a certain sense, like in English, you can kind of bullshit your way through it if you know a little bit of Latin. Like a lot of stuff just kind of falls back onto Latin. But in Japanese, if you don't know the kanji, you're screwed. It's over. Like, so that's my only concern is that could happen. It's like I might run into some shit where it's like, hold on, let me look up this kanji real quick.
And Chat made a good point as well. Xenosaga 1 and 2 was only in Japan as well, so that's also something I would not be able to read. I don't know if I could find an emulator for WonderSwan, but back when I was importing stuff, the only game I wasn't able to get my hands on was Pied Piper, because I could not for the life of me figure out how to get a WonderSwan.
I don't even know what a WonderSwan is.
A WonderSwan was a competitor to the Game Boy handhelds, and it had like a very small game list as far as I know. I'm not sure if it was meant to like be its own standalone thing. I can't remember anymore because it's been years since I've looked up anything WonderSwan related. I just remember the name because it's like the bane of my fucking existence.
Oh, this is wild looking.
Yeah, I'll pull up a picture of the WonderSwan.
It's got like double D-pad on the left side.
Yeah, it's like it's very goofy looking.
How does it translate Crayon Shinchan? I think the more comedy is definitely harder to translate than serious stuff for sure, because so much of it like doesn't quite go one to one. I think actually that's one thing we didn't talk about is like when people talk about like localization versus translation, a lot of times you do have to localize like idioms because they just don't translate. Or like like if you get into like the real nitty gritty stuff, like a lot of times like something that'll happen will be there'll be two characters and one of them's talking on the phone and they'll be asking for somebody on the other side, but because in Japanese you speak typically using somebody's last name, you know, they'll say like, oh, is Honda-san home? And they're thinking of one person, but the other one comes to the phone because there's two of them with the same last name, like brother, sister, that kind of mix up kind of thing. Yeah. But that doesn't work when you try to put it in English because we never refer to somebody by their last name like that. So how do you deal with situations or that occur that way is quite difficult for localization.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to think of how to translate that joke into English.
It's hard. It's really, really hard. Like, yeah, some people say, well, just have them say Honda-san. And that's one viable option, but it raises questions of how you have that character speak moving forward, right? Are they always going to speak that way? How do you handle it? There's a lot of stuff like where you have to make a decision that has consequences further down the line, especially when you make a decision to translate like a name or translate things like an idiom one way, and then it can come back to bite you in the ass, where like if an idiom has a really good like similar idiom in English, so there's one in Japanese that's like if arrows or spears fall, and it basically means come hell or high water. Mm-hmm. It's the same meaning, but if you leave it as arrows and spears fall, then the reader in English is not going to be getting the same experience as the reader in Japanese got, because it takes them out of the moment, because they have to think about what that means, because it's not a natural idiom for them. But if later in the series somebody mentions that in connection explicitly to a spear or an arrow, then you might have a disconnect where you have to make another change. And so there's a lot of balancing acts that go into translating things. So it's not like 100% straightforward.
Wouldn't translator notes like unironically fix this issue? Like, we had translator notes back in the day, and sure, when you would come across a translator note that took up like half of the screen, it would be like, what the fuck? But I'd still rather have a translator note for things like that would let me know, like, hey, there wasn't really any good way to localize this, and so we kept it in this way, and this is what it, like, the idea it's trying to convey. I like that much better. Yeah, Keikaku's the big meme one.
Yeah, Keikakudori. In some cases, yes, but in other cases, no. And the reason that I tend to lean towards no is because, again, I want to preserve the purity of the experience from what the author wanted, right? So if we think about the concept of a translator's note, inherently it is text that is coming from outside of the source, right? Mm-hmm. So For grammatical ones, I think that there's definitely a place where that can come into play, like where characters are speaking explicitly about the Japanese language itself. So if they're referring to a specific word in Japanese and there's no way to get around it, like they're talking about kanji, you can't replace that like they're talking about the alphabet, obviously. Then it makes sense. But if we're talking about like cultural stuff, then I think it's dangerous to do that, because I'm sure that there's content and media that you've consumed in English that had cultural like references that you didn't get, and we wouldn't expect those to have a note to make sure that you get them. You know what I mean? So in that case, I would definitely say no. But I would almost say if the work requires, so like something like the Monogatari series is really heavy on notes. Like there's flashes of kanji on the screen that mean certain things. There's wordplay. There's all sorts of stuff like that. For something like that, I would almost say like a companion guide at the end just to tell everybody about all that stuff would be needed. But I'm hesitant to include things that take people out of the experience in the moment.
Well, I mean,
that's my concern.
Then that would bring up the thing where if translator notes would not be okay to explain cultural context, because as you brought up, there's things in English where we might not have understood the cultural context that we're consuming, and we don't have translator notes for that. So then why do localizers feel the need to change that context entirely instead of just leaving it alone, even without a translator's note?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Don't get me wrong. This is not like, well, if you don't have translator's notes, you have to get Joss Whedon. Like, that's definitely not the case, for sure. Like, and I think that, but it's important to make sure that, like, people understand that it's not a one or the other. Like, you don't have to have keikaku means plan, or yippee skippity, it went just as I wanted it to, right? Like, there's a balance between the two, or rather, there's a better way to do it, I think.
I don't remember what anime I watched either, but I remember one that I watched when I was in high school as well. They mentioned like some political figures in Japan, not like current ones, but like previous ones. And I was like, I don't recognize that name, and it's not someone in the show. Let me look it up and see what they're talking about. And it's like, even young me understood if I don't know what it is, let's look it up. And I don't understand why that would be considered a problem, like expecting your audience to want to know more about what they're consuming.
No, yeah, I agree. And also, chat, shut the fuck up. I said skippity, not skibbity. Shut up. Fucking Zoomers. No, I agree. Like, you should be looking, like, if you don't understand something or you don't understand a cultural reference, like, looking it up should definitely be a viable option. Like, there's no way that you could understand everything that's going on in Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei without understanding, like, court cases that were going on at the time when it was written, because it's like a political satire in a lot of ways. So, yeah, like, there's a lot of stuff like that where there's hidden meanings or hidden, like, or understood cultural context that won't necessarily show up. The other risk, of course, is that if you include a note, you're kind of making a definitive statement. At least it's more forgivable for a fan sub, right? For like a fan translation. Because at least then you know that that's just what that guy thinks. If it's official, it becomes a little more suspect, just because it comes across as more definitive.
That makes sense. I could see why, like, putting a translator note in an official thing might be a bit rough around the edges, but I don't know. Yeah. I don't like the idea.
Check it with the author.
Yeah, I don't like the idea that the emotional immaturity of the localizer people to put in all the weird nonsense while also treating the audience as if we're also just mindlessly consuming media and we're not smart enough to figure out context on our own or look something up if we don't know it. And, like, maybe there's a whole host of people that are just like, I don't want to do that. I've encountered so many people who complain about, like, wanting a faithful adaptation, but then also they're like, I don't even want to watch it in Japanese with subtitles. I would rather watch the dub. And it's like, why? And the explanation I've been given is that it's too much effort to read the subtitles when they just want to consume the media without having to think.
I mean, They could always just like watch the new Star Wars movies. That seems like more their style.
Brainlet behavior.
That's unironic brainlet behavior. I agree.
It's
But-
shocking to me how many people I've heard that from.
On that note, though, like I don't like dubs. I really don't like them. But there's a couple of friends that I have who are like legitimately vision impaired, like not blind, and I'm not using it as like a nice term. He's like not blind. He's literally has like impaired vision, and so he can't read subtitles while he's watching something. So he needs to have a dub to understand what's going on, and it sucks that the quality of dubs is so low that the experience that he gets is worse.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's legally blind, but close, maybe close. And that's another reason, like, I don't think they should like necessarily stop dubs completely, but I wish they were better.
I agree. I wish they would pick people who were better for voicing the characters than they have been. And I wish the people that they do pick would try a bit harder to get into the character as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like, it's not always bad. You know, there are some dubs that I think are better than others. Obviously, people point to the Cowboy Bebop dub.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that one up.
Ghost in the Shell. I'm not a huge fan of either of them, but I'm biased just because I can listen to it in Japanese. But
I mean,
I'd say
it's
they're
still better in Japanese, but I feel like the Cowboy Bebop dub isn't bad.
Yeah, it's not atrocious for sure. It's not bad.
Yeah.
I would agree.
I can't think of any.
Konosuba dub is top tier. So get out of here.
I'm trying to think of like, because most of the dubs that I watched were just, you know, what was on Adult Swim. So like, I can't remember too much about it, but I can't remember being upset at like Fooly Cooly, and I don't remember much about Golden Boy either.
There's I think Black Lagoon is a good example of a dub. There's some parts of Black Lagoon like where they're literally talking in English, because technically Revi doesn't speak Japanese, she speaks English. And so there's some weird parts where they have to have her speaking English, and her English accent is so bad it's not believable in the Japanese at all.
I love watching anime in Japanese and then they have to speak German. It's so cute. Like, I have a terrible German accent, so it's not like I'm making fun of anyone. But like, just listening to how funny it sounds, I'm like, I love this. Like, you can hear me smiling just talking about it.
What's surprising actually is there's a section where in Ika Musume where they speak English, and the voice actor who did Ika Musume does like an insanely good job speaking English. It's actually shocking.
When I think of like English being spoken in an anime, I think of Steins Gate. the one scene.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch.
I love that guy. He's so great. I always forget his
God.
name, but he's in Zombieland Saga too, as the manager.
I can't remember.
If you haven't seen Zombieland Saga, you should watch it.
I was gonna say, I don't think I've seen Zombieland Saga.
It's actually great.
Oh shit.
Mamoru Miyano, I think that's his name. Hyoin Kyoma.
I like
Hyoin Kyoma is such a fucking extra name.
It seems like in Japan, like we talked about how the voice actors there, they seem more like actors than the voice actors here. And it made me think of how some anime get not like live adaptations, but they get theater adaptations. Like I think Death Note had a theater adaptation. I know Hunter x Hunter had a theater adaptation where all of the voice actors actually played their characters like on the theater stage.
Yeah, I've heard about those. I haven't actually seen them. There's always, there's the anime version, and they have like the Gekijoban, the film version, and then there's typically sometimes there's a radio version. So like Lucky Star has one of those. A couple others have radio versions. I think Konosuba has one where it's just kind of like voice acted or like they're reading the lines. And sometimes they have different voice actors for those than the original or than the anime. But I would say that the difference between Japanese voice actors and English voice actors is normally like the difference between like British stage actors, like classically trained stage actors. Like Ian McKellen could voice act anything, for sure. Like he would have no problem. But he won't because it's expensive as fuck to get somebody like him to do it. But in Japan, that's like the same level. They're extreme professionals. Like the top of the game people get anime.
Well, we mentioned how like the pay for translation wasn't exactly the best. What is the pay like for voice actors?
It varies. Like, you know, there's obviously it's like the whole tip of the iceberg thing, right? So it's not like the only voice actors who are getting work are doing the big name anime, but they typically join like a I don't know what you call it, like a production company or a like a group, like a voice acting group. They like a talent group really. And so the big names start getting a lot of work and they start making really good money. But if you don't get a lot of work, you know, you're not going to make a lot. So you do like commercials or minor roles or background stuff. It's typically a while before somebody gets a big break. And once they have the big break, they start working a lot. But I can't speak for the actual pay because I don't know if they really publish it. I know that translators get paid very, very little, and that's why I know a lot of people who are very fluent in Japanese, who just won't do it because it's just not worth the time.
It's a lot. I'm assuming it's a lot of time for not worth the pay, and I wonder, like, why is that? Do you think?
Honestly, I would put a lot of that on the Japanese side. They just don't know how to market to the West, like not effectively anyway. You know, people, like, I'm sure your audience agrees too. It's like there's a huge demand for merch, for anime, for games, all this stuff, like related stuff, and Japan just is not as concerned with addressing the Western market. I don't think that they should change the product for the Western market for sure. And I think that doing so would make the product worse. I mean, just look like what's happening with Sony. But they also just don't know how to sell stuff overseas. Like, it's a very insular community. Like, Blu-rays for anime releases right now, they still cost like a whole set of. Oh, it's insane! You get like 2 episodes per disc on a staggered release. And a whole run of a show on Blu-ray will cost like $500 or something.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's nuts. I've always said if some of these companies like Kadokawa is horrific. Like they're the reason like Kimono Friends got like gutted. Like that's a whole other thing. But they're just horrible to work with. But if these companies could get their shit together and if they sold old episodes of anime like through Steam for like $2 an episode, they would make fuck tons of money. Like if they had stickers and stuff, it would sell like crazy.
I remember buying some of the Full Metal Alchemist Blu-rays before Brotherhood even existed, and I was just like, "There's only like 3 episodes on this. Why am I spending like $30 instead of just you know, being the One Piece, as it were?" I was just like, it was insane cost-wise.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. Like, it's just the way that the industry works in Japan is very, you know, for better and for worse, it's very Japan-focused. So they have their way of doing things, and they're very slow to change any of the ways that they do things. Like, KyoAni is pretty good about trying to get in touch with people. Trigger is pretty good about it. The author of Spice and Wolf, he basically went on like a funding spree, approving tons and tons and tons of merch to reboot the series so that he would have enough money to get a whole new anime adaptation. But he had to get out from under the thumb of Kadokawa.
And like I wouldn't know how they should market it either, because again, I'm of the opinion that I want it pure. I don't want it changed. Yeah. I don't want it adapted for a Western market. I want the exact same product that they're going to be selling in Japan. And where the Western market is like really heavy on pandering to certain groups of people, or, you know, not offending certain groups of people, how would they be able to like bring that here and market it in the purest form that they do in Japan? Like I have no idea how they would do that and then gain the attention without just, you know, being in the niche group that we are.
I think it's really like, you know, like Gaben says, it's a service problem, right? I think the biggest issues are just, it is really, really, really difficult to buy stuff from Japan if you don't live here. Like, it's really hard. Half the time you need like a Japanese phone number or a Japanese bank account or a Japanese address. And then if you want to ship overseas, like tons of times they don't even do it. They can't ship it overseas. So you have to use like a forwarding company, and it cranks up the prices. And so I think the easiest way that they could do it is just start offering online sales of merch with simplified overseas shipping. Like, if they could do that, they would
I'd probably solve a lot of problems.
Yeah. SoftBank, all that stuff. It's crazy.
Oh god, what was I gonna say? It was fucking importing. We were talking about importing stuff. My brain just fried.
Forwarding companies. Something like that.
Oh, the last time, like, I've ordered stuff from Japan in recent years, I don't remember the shipping back when I was younger, because like I never paid as close attention to it. Obviously, I was a teenager. But recently, I'm used to how long it takes, like UPS or FedEx or whatever, to deliver a package to my house. Like, I can be waiting 5 to 12 days for a package normally that's not from Amazon. Japan, whenever I buy something from Japan, I have the option of doing UPS, FedEx, DHL, Japan Post. Every single time, Japan Post is not only the like most cost-effective option in comparison to the other ones, they're also somehow the fastest. I've gotten a package. I ordered a purse from Japan, from a specific retailer that doesn't have like English stores, and it took from when I ordered it to when it shipped to when it got here was like 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, if it's expensive enough, you'll get the EMS service, and then the EMS service is kind of like insured and fast and pretty good. Like, I don't have many issues with Japan Post. Even living here, like, I live out in, I wouldn't say like the sticks, but it's out. It's far enough out, but I still have options for Amazon. It's like next day and sometimes same day shipping for stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Amazon next day and same day is great, but I just, like, it blew my mind that a foreign country's national postal service is far and away even better for me, price-wise and time-wise, than my own country's postal service.
Well, they're good at shipping overseas, but internal stuff can be rough.
Oh, no.
Yeah. There's, it's like, they're also a bank, and so like trying to deal with their banking stuff can be a nightmare. But they also like the other issue that Japan Post has is like anything that's weirdly sized, they just straight up do not let you deal with it. Like they have no options for like long tubes. Like if you want to get like a wall scroll, like a friend of mine got some Blue Archive stuff that I was going to send him, and one of them was a wall scroll, and it's just barely too long, and they have no options, none. Like, longer than the tube, too bad. Either put it in a giant box that costs like twice as much, or deal with it. Was what I got.
That's kind of silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that with like weirdly shaped things, I suppose, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. It's Japan is kind of like that. The service is really, really, really good until you run into anything that is like a special order or you want to customize. If you want to step outside the line and get something that's not, you can't have it your way. Like it's not a thing. Oh yeah, fast food custom orders, like that one's very funny. Other than McDonald's, if you go somewhere and you're like, "Oh, that looks good, but can you like leave off whatever, like XYZ, it's like onions or something." they'll be like, no.
What?
Yeah, happens all the time. You're like, oh, that if it's like a Japanese burger place, you're like, I want the number 2, and the number 2 has like lettuce, tomatoes, onion. You're like, that looks good. I would like that, but please, no tomato. But the number 2 has tomato. Yeah, I understand that. I just don't want it. No, you can't do that. Sorry, no custom orders. It happens. It really does. Like, yeah, allergy considerations. No, those not. You're shit out of luck.
That seems weird to me. I wonder why.
It's just like, it's just a thing where it's order something else. That's how it comes. That's what you get.
I mean, like, it's not that crazy, because like if they just give me the burger with tomatoes, I can like pick it off. Like I don't care that much, but I guess it's just a convenience thing.
It depends on the place, but I've definitely run into, like, you can do it at McDonald's. Like, I ask for no pickles when I go to McDonald's. I don't like pickles, but
I love pickles.
I'm sorry, we have to end the stream right now. It's over.
What if you hate them? That just means I can eat them for you.
We're not going to McDonald's together, Kirsche. I have a wife. Try to. What are you doing?
You've never had like a friend's outing?
My friends don't like offer to eat the pickles off my burger, okay?
Well, I'm not gonna like lick your burger. It's just like if you get your burger with pickles, I'll be like, oh, I know you don't like those. I'll eat them.
No. I'm not getting them in the first place, okay? Because it leaves the essence on the burger. You don't understand.
The pickle essence.
Yes, the pickle essence.
You know, sometimes I like the onion essence, but I don't like the actual onion on the thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's the same thing. I don't like the pickle or the pickle essence.
Okay, that makes sense. The pickle goblin, Jesus Christ.
There's a lot of stuff like that in Japan where it's just kind of like, these are the rules, this is how you do it. If you want to do it a different way, that's just too fucking bad.
Fuck off.
Yeah, not a lot of customization options.
I was like, yeah, that's fine. You know, I can just pick it off. It's not a big deal. Someone in Kirsche the home I'm not wrecking any homes.
I would not allow it. Don't worry. Don't worry about me, chat.
Oh my god. Somebody in chat said, what about Japanese dating life?
Man, I wouldn't know. I feel like people get, like, you get hit on a decent amount, or at least I've gotten hit on somewhat in Japan compared to the States, and I live out in the sticks. I work from home. I'm not into the scene.
Are you married to a Japanese waifu?
No. Not technically, no. I don't think Polk counts. She's not Japanese.
I was like, so sometimes you lead into the bit so hard. I'm like, I can't tell if he's like actually, or if it's just like the character.
The character is me. I am the character. Look, he's got my face. It's right there.
That's true. That's true and real.
No, she's not Japanese. She's a kobold, and the monster girls came from other countries to Japan. They're technically immigrants.
So you're two immigrants invading.
Yeah, exactly. Have you seen any strange English to Japanese translations or censorship? English to Japanese, no. Japan has a very weird thing about using English. Like, they love English, but they don't know how it works, like, at all. So a lot of times you'll see, like, there's rules for Japanese where you, like, shorten things. Like, a lot of times it's like a ryakugo, where you shorten a word. So, like, sandwich becomes sando. Like, it's just shortened.
Konbini.
It's not sando.
I know that.
Yeah,
one.
konbini. Sandwich becomes sando. But then they write it in English. So you'll see something that says ice cream sand, like S-A-N-D, because they mean sando. But it just says sand.
That's cute, actually.
It doesn't, and you're like, bro, that doesn't mean that. That looks like ice cream sand.
I'll eat the ice cream sand.
And then I saw one that it was just like an advertisement for like shirts or like a blazer, and the tagline was just every place blazer, every day blazer. And they don't check the English ever, like, at all. If America is guilty of like changing Japanese to fit their cultural context, Japan is guilty of just saying, fuck it, close enough, I'm not checking.
Someone asked, is moving to Japan something a Westerner could consider, or is it only a grass is greener kind of scenario?
It's both. It's definitely both. Again, I'm trying to save some of that if I ever do the interview with Pippa, but I will. I'll let you know. Like, it really depends on your situation, like 100%. It's not something I would recommend to like 90% of people. It's yeah, like you're not going to escape your problems in the States if you try to move to Japan. Like it's not that easy.
What was like something that you were super culture shocked by having to do when you moved there?
Culture shock. Let me think. The culture shock. I was pretty ready moving to Japan just because I did a year study abroad originally, and then I like studied Japanese for a while, so there wasn't too much I was culture shocked about, except for all of like the government paperwork. Yeah, like there's like just a shit ton of paperwork. Just like anytime you want to do anything, like moving from between prefectures, you have to have so much paperwork. And if you forget something, when I moved from Tokyo to Kanagawa, it's moving prefectures, so it's not just cities or something. So I had to get proof of residence from the previous place. And I figured, well, it's in the system, so I'll just print it out if I need to here. And they said, no, we don't have access to their system, even though they're both government systems. You have to go back to Tokyo to that prefecture city branch to get your old proof of residence from them, and then bring it back here, because we cannot check it ever, even though it was on my little identification card. Like, it's insane the level of bureaucracy you have to deal with.
It sounds insane, but I guess like small island nation, it kind of makes sense for like moving, I guess.
I don't think it makes a lot of sense.
Like, they could definitely do it in a more efficient manner instead of like making you run around and do it, but
well, it's not even that. It's like it's all the same government agency. It's not like it's not like I'm moving states. So it's on my card, my little like residence card. They couldn't even call the other city hall to confirm residency. They had to have me physically go there and get a piece of paper.
That's weird. Like, they should have been able to call.
I was like, can you call? And they said, no, you need this physical piece of paper to come take that piece of paper back here to show us.
So silly.
Yes.
It's not in the protocol.
You know, exactly. It's like, oh, if you don't have the paper, you can't do shit. Like, I went to update my, like, I have a motorcycle, and so I had to update my, my plate, my number plate. And I needed to bring like 6 different documents just to update the fact that I moved between prefectures.
I think I would end up dying in Japan. I can like barely keep track of the 3 pieces of paperwork I need for everything in the US.
Yeah, calling would break the order of operations. Just like removing the tomato, you can't do that.
That's an unfortunately good analogy.
That's my bro Patch. He's the one who hooked me up with the with that clip from Koji Fox earlier.
Aw, what a sweet guy. Thanks, Patch.
Patch is based. Yeah, so there's a lot of that stuff. It's I would say it's like less how do I say, it's like less culture shock and more just like culture slow creep. Like it creeps up on you. Like little things just kind of build up that you have to like start dealing with and thinking about that you never really considered dealing with before. Like all the little bits of paperwork, all the little things that you have to update. Like it grinds on you after a while.
I remember a big thing that like TikTok people who went to move to Japan talked about was like all the different ways they have to sort their trash that they didn't have to do here.
Oh God, yeah. I don't even think about that anymore. Like, it's such a thing that it's like it doesn't even occur to me to mention. But yeah, there's different. It's completely worthless. But there's different days for burnable. There's different days for cardboard. Then there's a different day for plastic. There's a different day for glass bottles. Then there's a different day for like large items. It's a lot.
Like, I wouldn't be able to remember all of that. Like, I would not remember the different days for stuff. Even if I had it written on a physical calendar in my kitchen, I would just not be capable of remembering.
Not only that, but it's not even like the same across cities. Sometimes it's just like regions. So one time I moved from one part of Tokyo to another part of Tokyo, and the days were just completely different. And then the types was slightly different, because some places are like, oh, this plastic is burnable and recyclable, but this plastic isn't. And then if you do it wrong, they'll put a piece of paper on your trash and say, like, we can't collect this. You have to resort it. And then there's grandmas. There's Japanese grandmas, like they're trash
Inspect your
sorting.
trash.
Like, no, they're like the trash Gestapo. They'll like walk around early in the morning to make sure people are like putting out the trash right. And if you get caught, they'll be like, you fucker, you did it wrong. You weren't sorting your trash right, were you?
But if the Oba-chan is the trash Gestapo, couldn't she, if she tells you that you sorted your trash wrong, you have the opportunity to sort it right so that it doesn't get left there with a little note from the garbage men, right? So even if she's the trash Gestapo, she's like the trash Gestapo fairy. She's being helpful.
It's not about being helpful. It's about making sure you're following the rules, you piece of shit.
It's about shaming you for doing it wrong.
No, it's like a big social thing.
Trash Waffen SS.
They'll send you to the trash gulags if you don't sort it right. They
If
won't,
I was
but the
Japanese,
the
I'd make
cops will
money
come by.
sorting gaijin trash. Oh no.
There's actually a couple of companies, like when I moved, it's such a pain in the ass, because if you're moving, like you have a day that you have to move out, but if you have trash that can't go out until a certain day, then you're just stuck with it. So you literally just hire somebody to come in and like take all your shit and throw it away. I did that. Paid a guy to just throw away all my shit.
It's understandable when that's the level of management you have to deal with.
Yeah. Super fun. So if you can deal with that kind of stuff, it's like definitely if you know the language, like don't get me wrong, I love living in Japan. It's very nice. Like the pros outweigh the cons by a long shot for me, but if I didn't know Japanese, I think it would be very, very difficult, like if not impossible. Just signing up for like credit cards or a phone or dealing with banking becomes quite difficult.
You say for you, it was that like the pros outweighed the cons. What was your largest motivation for wanting to move?
I didn't really like. I lived in Ohio.
My head moderator's in Ohio. I know the corn.
It's desperate out there. Okay.
I've heard.
Right? Like Chess just like I get it, understandable.
I get it.
I love the outdoors. Like I love hiking, snowboarding, climbing. Like I'm a very outdoors type person. So where I live now, you know, I can ride my motorcycle for like 40 minutes and go hiking, or I can ride it for 40 minutes and go to the beach and go surfing. Like the just amount of like outdoors and nature stuff that you can get in Japan is amazing. And when I learned Japanese, I really didn't have anything else to do with it. So I figured like if I know Japanese, it probably makes sense to like live in Japan and use it.
That was a smart thing to do. I learned German for about 5-6 years. I can no longer speak German as proficiently as I used to because, you know, if you don't use it, you lose it. And German is a, sorry, guys, but useless language in America.
Rip.
Like, the only time you'll have a use for German, like, living here, is if you're in business or finance, and I am certainly not in those.
VTubing is like finance, right?
I mean, VTubing is technically owning your own business if you're indie like I am, but, I still
Be
don't...
your own boss.
I was about to say, I still don't really deal with German companies, and then I had to hold my tongue because I was partnered with Gameforge for over 2 years, which is a German company, and the company I reached out to inquire about higher quality motion capture without having to buy like a full XN suit was also a German company. So, yeah.
But you could have used the German.
I could have. It was too late by that point, but you know, the irony is palpable now. Shiley owns a part of Gamer Subs? Yeah.
I did hear about that. I think like just the biggest motivation was I spent a year study abroad in Japan, and it was really, really nice. And then going back to Ohio was like, I had more culture shock going from Japan to Ohio than Ohio to Japan.
That's
crazy.
I was like,
oh fuck, I'm back in Ohio. I gotta get out of here.
I gotta leave the corn behind before it takes me.
Yeah, it's not good.
I would definitely like to visit Japan one day. I think it would be a lot of fun. There's a lot of things I would like to see that I've heard about.
I'm not sure how all that stuff works, but if I mentioned it to FaZe, but I think they have like their own JP branch now, so they don't need me. But if anybody needs help figuring out how to get to Japan or where to go or any stuff like that, you can always shoot me a message. I'm happy to help people figuring out planning and all that kind of stuff. It's actually surprisingly easy. Guide? Like, you definitely don't need to be intimidated visiting Japan for sure. Like, it's a lot easier than people assume. Japan is extremely friendly for tourism and for foreigners visiting. Like, they're super nice.
Chat wants to know where they can contact you.
I think my DM's on Twitter are open, or you can like, comment, subscribe, follow, hit the bell on YouTube.
Oh,
I don't think there's a more cringe way to say that.
That's actually a good question. As a streamer in Japan, have you noticed any changes in how the Japanese treat streamers after the Johnny Somali stuff? Wasn't there like a thing where they were considering restricting where you could stream in public?
Yeah, so the thing about that is the laws around streaming, the laws around public photography have always been... Cat is going to jump onto my computer and turn it off. Okay. Have always been kind of like up to interpretation, right? So technically, you're not allowed to film in public if somebody's face can be identified from a picture, which basically makes it completely impossible. But they don't enforce it because it's always like, if someone complains, now they have the ability to make you take it down, right? It's that kind of thing. It's like, we could, but we're not going to. And there's a lot of Japanese laws like that are kind of just like nuisance. Like, if you start being annoying enough, then we'll enforce it. After the Johnny Somali thing, I definitely feel like people are more on edge. I've never been asked to like stop filming except for at Comic-Con when they asked me to stop filming, which I did, obviously. But you know, they were really polite about it. I haven't received anything like negative pushback. Like, everybody's really polite. As long as you... What I do is I always go out of my way to avoid pointing the camera at any one particular person. Like, if I'm filming like an area that has people walking around in it, that's typically fine because you don't focus in on any given person. But if I'm like walking past somebody on the street, I always point my camera away from them. Or if they want to talk to me, because a lot of people have just come up and started conversations, and they're really cool. Like, this Japanese guy gave me a ride down this big hill that I was walking on. He's just like, "Oh, hop in and give you a ride down," and then he gave me some oranges. It was cool. And I asked him if I could film, and he was like, "Yeah, sure." And so he was really nice about it. But you know, I always just ask permission to film first. That's the best way to go about it.
Yeah, I feel like I would like that level of public respect in the US. It's like part of like what I guess panics me about outside is that like at any point someone could just like bring out a phone and there's gonna be like a recording online. Like nobody's gonna ask, nobody's gonna care. I was like, at any point in time you could just be recorded outside in the US.
Yeah. Like I said, the laws in Japan are they're vague on purpose. such that if somebody complains, they can get you to stop pretty much no matter what. So there's not like, I'm in public, I can film, fuck you kind of thing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you don't have to be worried about like taking some video walking around Mount Fuji or something like that. Nobody's going to be upset.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like a social grace type of thing where since I'm live streaming and since, you know, there are more people watching than typical, like it's not just like I'm sending a picture to my mom or something, then I always try to go out of my way to make sure that I'm not making anybody feel uncomfortable. So I never point the camera at somebody without getting their explicit consent first.
Yeah, and I feel like that just makes sense to do. I don't know why that's not common sense here.
Oh shit, I did hit 500. Wow.
You got
I was
the
not expecting
500.
that actually. Thank you very much, lads. I appreciate it. I will set up the marathon stream at some point
Hell yeah.
in the next couple of months.
500 more,
least-
you gotta drink the corn.
Oh, fuck off. This isn't even a bit. I legitimately do not want to drink the corn drink.
I'm going to watch you drink the corn and laugh the entire time. I had to almost get killed by Jello and yogurt and vomited kimchi, okay? You can handle the corn.
I really hate corn.
Like, do you not even like whole corn? Like corn on the cob?
It's mid. Like it's not. It's not. I swear it's not a fucking bit. I genuinely do not want to drink this fucking corn drink. Like,
It's too late. You've already committed.
I know I shouldn't have fucking. I was not expecting anybody to like. You know how like click through rates work. Like people barely don't click through links to do stuff. I didn't expect them to. So thank you very much for that. I guess I'll fucking drink the corn drink.
Hell yeah. He escaped Ohio and now we're putting it back in him. Yeah.
Time I try to get out, the corn pulls me back in.
Put it on rice. It's a great snack. I really like Mexican street corn where it's got
That is legit.
yeah, like it's spicy. It's got a little bit of mayo, you know, it's good.
That I will say is good. I'll definitely go for Mexican street corn, but you haven't seen what they do with corn in Japan. It's
I have
unholy.
I want to
There's-
try the Korean corn sticks. I think those look really nice too.
They have literally. I'm gonna go to the convenience store after this because I'm getting hungry. But
Hell yeah.
they have literally a piece of just like regular ass white bread with mayonnaise and then corn.
Oh, that is disgusting.
And like that's popular. Like that's a thing.
When I was
And-
younger, my mom thought it was funny that instead of toasting toast for us, instead of cooking bread for us, and putting butter on it like a normal human being, she would toast and then put mayonnaise on it. So I ate mayonnaise toast when I was a kid.
That sounds vile.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to eat it as an adult. Like, looking back, it's just like, holy shit, that's disgusting. And she did it because she thought it was funny. Like, anytime my mom gave me
This was
food...
funny.
Yeah, anytime my mom actually gave me food, it was either because she thought it would be funny or because, like, she was trying to force feed me something to get my reaction to it because she thought it was funny.
She was training you to be a streamer, doing it for the bit.
That's true. I was born and raised for this. I left
life
2
story.
hours ago and y'all were talking about corn and I come back and you're still talking about corn. At
We've
Well, at least
looped
it's not-
back to corn.
least it's not sounding with corn.
God damn it! I was hoping we were going to get out of this without that. I was warned.
I for some reason, wherever I go, talk of sounding happens. I'm not into sounding. I don't
What do you mean?
it.
For some reason, you brought it up.
Well, right,
No one
this
mentioned it at all.
This time I brought it up, but like I'm saying externally, I've even rated people and then sounding just comes up as a topic on their stream. I'm just like, my presence just makes this occur.
You should get that looked into. Like medically.
It's a psyop and one that I don't like and have no control over.
She ain't making it out of this one.
Cannot escape the accusations. Oh my god. It's an Ohio tradition. Do you guys have
is
the like,
not.
little baby ears of corn out there?
Maybe? I don't know. Like, I didn't spend that much time around the cornfields.
He was
I
not a
was
child
in
of the corn.
Columbus. Yeah. Mostly Columbus. I did live in Texas for a little bit before Ohio.
I have only lived, I guess, in Georgia and Massachusetts, and then I guess I had like a little bit of time in California, but not enough to really be called like living.
Can you really live in California?
Probably not. Let's be real.
I don't think so. It's not conducive to human life.
As a cornch, do turn the Kirsche into a cob of corn.
I mean, that's on chat. They could do that if they want to.
I was about to say don't do it, but then I flashed the image in my mind of a Kirsche with the corn kernels and like the corn husk. That's cute as fuck. Corn that bitch up.
New sentences today. Corn that bitch up.
Well, it's an educational channel after all.
Yeah.
Well, it is past 8 p.m.
Yeah.
I'm sure both of us are starving because you got up at 6 to come and entertain all of us.
Thank you for having me on. I would definitely be into hopping back on sometime again.
Hell yeah. Congrats on your 500. Enjoy your marathon stream.
Yeah, I'm marathoning so I can get all the watch hours for monetization, because that's what I really want to do with the IRL streams. So then I can actually devote more time to it, away from my, my real job.
May the YouTube algorithms never demonetize you.
Oh, after this stream, I don't know.
What do you mean? We didn't even talk about anything crazy.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Not too bad.
If this ends up being my only live stream not demonetized, I will laugh.
That would be amazing.
Well, alright, thank you. Thank you for coming on. I enjoyed talking with you. It was a fun-ass time.
Yep. I had a lot of fun. Thanks. Chat was actually pretty cool.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too, Kirsch. Try not to die.
I will do my best. My phlegm has subsided, it seems.
Awesome. Thanks again, guys. And love to come on again sometime. And then bully Pippa, please.
Yes,
remember,
bully Benoit. Tell her to answer DMs.
Yeah. Thank you, Kirsche.
Bye.
Bye.
It's just us now, chat. It's just I gotta get rid of his wife now too. Hold on. His wife has to leave with him. That's the deal. Goodbye, Ohio man. He forgot his wife. She was just getting her purse. Don't worry about it. My wife. Can we have his food? No, that's his food. He's not looking. Steal the docky. Goddamn. Oh god, now it's just you. Scatter, boys. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Well, I hope you guys had a good time and enjoyed talking about it. It was educational for me as well. I didn't know about all the Koji Fox nonsense. I knew that the player base of Final Fantasy XIV was insufferable, but I was unaware they also had insufferable localizers. Can we at least share the Scorpion Bowl? I guess we can. We can share the Scorpion Bowl. Poltfan, come back. Oh. It's not his wife, it's his girlfriend. It's his wife. They're married in two-dimensional space. Wish I could have seen more of the stream. Don't worry, it's not like the VOD's getting taken down. This is probably the most say-so VOD ever. When you skip all the story, you don't notice the localization. Jesus Christ. The 14 stuff surprised you? It's now making me look in retrospect at like everything I played. He's gone. Now the hiccups are going to kick in. Help! Oh. Is that the secret? Do I just need a mail on stream and then I won't hiccup? Is that how I keep the pterodactyl at bay? I don't understand how this works. Help! Alright, I held my breath. Hopefully that worked. It's just giving birth. What the hell? Ah! I'm gonna kill myself. I'm gonna go to the suicide forest. Males make you nervous. My palms are sweaty. I'm talking to a real man, not an anime one. Oh fuck! I held my breath and I chugged water, and they won't stop. Oh fuck! I hiccuped while I was drinking water, and it did the strangest thing in my throat, and I did not like it. I was trying to swallow, and then the hiccup like fucking parachuted the water back at me. Oh god, you can fix your hiccups by reminding yourself that you're not a fish. That doesn't work! My throat sounded like it slurped itself. That's exactly what it felt like, unfortunately. Unfortunately, dude. Kirsche's poor thrussy. Why do you gotta say it that way? It's been a while since the pterodactyl's been this loud. I don't think I've had this many in a row, like, ever. Ziz isn't even able to count all of them. The counter's too slow. Based elote enjoyer. It's good corn. Skinwalker Kirsche. Oh my god. So this week's a little nuts. Tomorrow hopefully we have normal stream. I've been feverish all day today. So I've been feeling like shit. I've been feeling like shit, chat. So hopefully stream tomorrow as normal. I have last Saturday's thing. We're just collecting Saturdays. I have last Saturday's thank yous to do and this Saturday's thank yous to do tomorrow. So hopefully stream tomorrow. Elote? I don't know how to pronounce your Mexican words. All right, okay. hopefully I can get all those thank yous done Saturday, the Saturday backup, as it were. Monday I don't stream. That's normal. Tuesday, I'll be going live at 3 a.m. Eastern. I have the ability to play Pal World early. I can't stop playing it right now. I'm gonna make a fresh server and show everybody about the game. I'm gonna show you guys how to do it from the very beginning. We're gonna figure out the late game stuff together. I don't know how long I'm going to stream. I don't think it'll be 24 hours, but I'm gonna try and go as long as I humanly can that day. I don't know when Pippa will be joining me. I'm still waiting for her to respond to my DMs as well. the double bully, the Benoy. I'm still waiting for her to tell me when she's going to be playing Pal World, but I did get her key to play Pal World early as well. So hopefully she will want to, or have the time to do it early on as well. Give more Digimon now. Digimon eventually? TM? So 3 a.m. EST on Tuesday. It's exactly when the servers are available unembargoed. So I'm very excited for that. The 18th I have another weird hour stream. The 18th I'll be on Mari_EN's channel doing some QVC watch-alongs. We're gonna be old women spending money on worthless junk. When am I gonna play Digimon? I don't know, man. There's a few people who are just like, I don't know what to do with my life anymore. I knew you as the VTuber that sometimes played Digimon. The fish princess. You say it's elote. I'm gonna elo-gay. Thank you for the $4.99. But I'm gonna find someone to raid, and I'm going to eat soup, because that's what you do when you're sick. Not hear myself twice, though. Do not. Where am I gonna... who am I throwing you guys at? Nom nom nom. Why are you eating soup at the Tangent store? I have cans of Campbell's soup in my pantry that I bought before I knew they were a global conspiracy. I have to do something with the soup I already spent money on. The shopping channel. What is the based soup brand? I don't know. I'm gonna have to find a new soup brand now. I'm gonna have to find new soup. New soup. Where do I want to be? I don't know what I'm doing, chat. My brain is melted. My brain is completely melted, and I don't know what I'm doing. Raid Sargon. I don't know if I should right now. That was a cool alert sound. Oh my god. What if Progresso was the least progressive brand? That would be ironic. What happened with Campbell's soup? I don't have enough time to loop on the Campbell's soup. Vine sauce. What the fuck? Just make the soup yourself. Bouillon isn't that expensive, and you can boil your chicken and veggies in it. That's true. I do make my own beef stews pretty fucking often. I don't wanna think. We're gonna hag on hag raid again. I like hag raiding.
That's the shape.
I like hag raiding. She's got a hag dog with her too. Everything is hag now. Everything is a hag now. Chat. I'm sorry you guys didn't get your normal level of attention today. You'll get your attention tomorrow. Gonna lick you resoundly like a mother cat with her kittens. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I don't know what I'm fucking saying anymore. I don't know what I'm saying. I didn't open my script because my brain is a fried egg at the moment. My brain is fried egg, chat. I'm sorry. I don't hate you. I promise. I'm ill. Oh, I'm ill. We're raiding Cleo. Please give Cleo some love. And I'm going to immediately run away and crawl under my blankets. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out tonight, chat. I hope you had a good time learning about some translator nonsense from the Poltfan. If you didn't follow his YouTube channel, go do that so you can force him to eat the corn soup at 1,000 subscribers. But have a good rest of your night, chat. Don't get sick like me. And I will see you hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully I don't wake up and just vomit everywhere. Bye bye.